Welcome back, everyone, to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 4 competition. And Venman, we are back once again on the mic, reunited for some fantastic Fortnite action. How you feeling?
I am feeling great. It's been a while. It's been what, 2 weeks since we were
A
back
little bit, a
together
little
on this.
bit.
We definitely missed a lot, but hey, it's gonna be super exciting to see who comes out on top this week. I mean, hey, every single week is something new, something different. It's just a whole new slate, a whole new story heading into this weekend. It's just gonna be super fun.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely every time we're on the broadcast here, especially together, Stride always delivers. The competitors always deliver some fantastic action. But before we get into that, we got a couple things we got to go over first. First of that is going to be the weekly schedule. Let's go ahead and take a look, because not only on this channel do we have Fortnite, but we have other games, other things going on this channel throughout the week. Mondays, League of Legends. Tuesdays, we've got chess. Of course, Wednesday, my favorite, we've got Fortnite. And Thursday, Rocket League. Friday, we have Valorant. I mean, so much to offer on this channel and so much action for you to come on and hop through, see whatever you are a fan of. I mean, Venman, come on now.
That's a great list of games, if you ask me. Every single day, just pretty much the whole week is just action packed, non-stop, just fun action video games every single day. I mean, you can't complain about that at all.
Nothing to complain about. Something for everyone. But today we are here for Fortnite. So let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for what we're actually going to see today. We've got 3 regions: Eastern, Central, and Western. As you can see, Eastern's going to be starting here momentarily. Got a couple more things to cover, and then to follow around 6:30 Eastern, we've got Central, and 8 p.m. Eastern, we've got West. So plenty of action for everyone to see. Whoever you've got your eye on today, whether it's been from the other weeks, whoever you want to watch, they're going to be featured on this channel tonight from all the regions before moving forward. But I mean, we've got a lot coming here, but obviously something to cover on top of everything else. Venman, the format. We've got some big changes here, but something these players still have to take into account, regardless of anything going on the island, is the format and how to actually score points. So break this down for us.
Hey, I mean, it's a pretty simple 20-point victory royale format. I mean, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 12, 15, 20 points just for placement. Obviously, that's huge with the 1 elimination point as well. Yes, it's only 1. You know, normally see 2, 3, 4, but it's squads. So if you eliminate a whole squad, you're going to get 4 points. You know, it's going to add up over time. It's going to be it's just honestly a great format. All these players compete, they duke it out, and that's why the leaderboard in most of these regions is actually very tight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw maybe, I think maybe we saw 1 repeat victory royale the first week we were on, maybe 1, which honestly is very surprising considering that a lot of the times we'll have some really standout teams, but to not have repeat victory royales of players absolutely dominating just shows the level of competition, how it's evolving. And I mean, if we're talking about what's actually changing in the evolution of what's going on the map, we have some very interesting meta changes. The introduction of the goo gun, the throwable launch pad, so many different changes this time around that are really going to shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, the explosive goo gun alone is just itself is just a brand new weapon put into the game that is very powerful, and it quite packs the punch just because, well, you know, it shoots a line of goo, and the whole line of goo either sticks to you
Yeah.
and explodes, or it just explodes everything around you. Like, it's so fun to use, but on the other side, it's not that fun to go against.
Not at all. Got some time, put in some reps with the new weapons and loot pool, and I have to say, a lot of new interesting dynamics and a lot of new changes in the way that you take fights, the way you pace things, just because you know, especially if teams have their hands on this goo gun, it will punish you, especially at close range if you're caught out in the open. So it's going to be interesting to see how things shape up today. But I mean, Edmund, this is not the first week of Stride. We've got a cumulative leaderboard that we can kind of take a look at. And if you want to go ahead and talk about the top 3, because I see some interesting names here that I know I'm keeping my eye on coming in tonight.
Yeah, so we're going to quickly talk about the East because that's obviously going to be the first region that we watch. First place with 197 points is Virginia Virtual Academy. Some of the players on that team is Jacob Gamer, Mystical. They have had a great first few weeks. Second place right behind them, though, North Carolina Virtual Academy of 172 points, 25-point difference. That's literally 1 game, and that has some players, Saturn and TSM eBan. Remember, we've talked about them in the past. They're the team that always struggles to get to endgame, but most recently, they've kind of fixed that problem. They've been getting to a lot of end games with a lot of eliminations, and that's been why they've, you know, kind of narrowed the leaderboard and the lead a lot. But in third place, of course, you can't count them out. Michigan Great Lakes of 136 points. One of the players that comes to my mind is iAce on that team. great competitor. That whole team is great, and they're definitely a team that you cannot leave out of the competition, no matter how many points they have, because they can make a comeback in any single week.
Oh, 100%. I mean, especially with the changing meta, who knows? Coming in tonight, this could be a totally different team's meta that they're going to pop off, and it just kind of plays into the style of gameplay they like to go with. If you like to play really aggressive, this meta can be very punishing. I mean, if you're caught out in the open for just a moment, there are so many different ways that these teams can piece you apart and start to kind of force you to get uncomfortable. So it'll be interesting. We're going to be getting game in just a little while, but Venman, there's so many different things to talk about, right? Something I really do want to break down quickly is the new map changes, right? Chrome Crossroads, a new interesting POI with 2 double key vaults located inside. Honestly, one of my new favorite drop spots and new POIs, but there's so much to go around, especially with the new introduction of Grim Gables. I mean, what kind of POIs and drop spots are you keeping your eye on coming in tonight?
I mean, there's so much. It's hard to keep your eye on just one or two POIs, just because so many POIs getting chromified. They're changing every week. But also on top of that, you have the tilted tower floating across the map. You have the pirate ship going across the map. All of these POIs are getting these just nice little additions just on the outskirts. And it's gonna be really fun to see who lands where and who comes out on top. As you also see, there's also more tornadoes, chrome nados around the map. And that,
Hmm.
I feel like they're going to start just popping up left and right all over the place, especially with everything moving around. This season is just, I feel like the whole story of this season is just adaptability and being able to just do what you can do and be able to adapt to the surroundings because, well, they're going to be changing every single second.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's switching up the drop spots week after week, obviously. Generally, most of the time as a competitor, you're looking to kind of stick with the same drop spot. But with this
Hmm.
ever changing chromified kind of theme that we're seeing throughout this season, you can't do that. You just can't. You have to be ready to adapt because at any
Yep.
moment, your drop spot could disappear off the island in an instant.
I mean, Fortnite competitive Twitter said it best themselves. They literally tweeted out telling players, hey, keep switching up your drop spots. Practice all these different POIs because, well, they're going to be changing every week. And,
Mm.
well, so far in the first few weeks of this season, they have not let us down because they are changing this map nonstop every single week, back to back to back. They're just throwing chrome on buildings. They're putting buildings in the air. They're just all of these different options are just coming out into play. And it's going to be super exciting to see how these players week after week change and how they switch up their POIs, find better loot and be able to just aggress and get more aggressive. Because as we know, there are some teams that like to play very, very, very aggressive. And well, there's definitely some teams that will play aggressive.
100%. High eliminations, the name of the game. You want to get a big, solid game under your belt early on in the night so you don't have to worry about it as the night goes on. And as you can see in this player's inventory, the goo gun, exactly what you need to get your hands on if you want to play aggressive. Just because the ability to enter and kind of be that entry frag for a team, it's an instant game changer. Not just the fact that you can pick up an initial elimination, but it's still explosive damage. It's splash damage. So if you can lob that into a team's bunker, you can do a ton of team damage and maybe even pick up multiple, as they're just going to be able to take this whole POI uncontested, split up, loot both of these vaults, and then they can go ahead and pick their fights accordingly. But another POI to keep your eyes on. Chonker Speedway is an early reboot. It's going to come off.
Oh, looks like it won't be going off as Taylor's going to get eliminated. As it looks like Colbus and their squad is off to a hot start. 4 eliminations, got the Mythics SMG to their name. This is a great start for a squad like this, and you see they are running that goo gun. Like you were saying, that's a gun that you pretty much need to run. In the past, it's been snipers. Well, yes, snipers are still important, but the goo guns, you're going to need them, especially, I know you were saying earlier before the broadcast, you were playing some duos earlier today, and you and your duo were both running the goo gun, and it was just running through duos. Now imagine a whole squad running it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I try not to imagine things like that. It's definitely a terrifying sight to think about, especially since it is actually still within competitive zero build. Normally, you'll see a lot of these overpowered items, so to say, get removed within the competitive game mode. So this time around, looks like the goo gun is here to stay for at least this week to at least try things out in these team game modes for some of these upcoming cups. So it's interesting to see how these players are going to utilize it tonight, especially within squads. This will be the first look, actually, where we get to see the goo gun in the competitive setting in a squads. As you can see here, Cyber Academy, South Carolina here. Colbus's team picking up early eliminations, picking up the vault just outside Chonkers as well. I broke this down early on in the season as well. This has kind of been a very interesting new change to Chonkers Speedway because generally you'll see a lot of these teams, at least maybe not within squads, but a lot of the times within duos where they'll try and split this POI, and the vault is almost a race. You're trying to find a key as fast as possible, and then the duos end up racing towards the vault. But it looks like This time around, this whole squad's going to be able to secure the whole POI and loot that vault just as the team is rotating in from Cloudy.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a great point right there. It's just that continues to add on to the point of adaptability. These squads are going to just be changing up their game plan every single week. We go from team splitting a POI to just fully looting it and then rotating, because the vaults are really the key to success this season. Just because they're not only very accessible to get, it's a very easy thing to get. It's just the point of how much loot is in them, which is why it's such a good addition to this season, because yes, there's very good loot in it, but it's so easy to get that every single player is going to have very good loot, which we've seen week after week as you see Fiox goes down. But week after week, it's just great loot. Every single player in the entire lobby is just running around with epic or better loot once we get to the end game, and that's very fun to see. As actually, it looks like Fiox was limited to fall damage. That actually happened to me earlier today. Not gonna lie, I was on the blimp and it took a hefty fall.
It's a more of a common thing, I think. Any player who's really been playing recently, especially if you kind of play towards this mid map area and utilize the balloons, it's bound to happen eventually. Slip and fall, whatever it might be. You've got some teammates to back you up and res you. But as you mentioned, I mean, most of these players generally will see high tier loot just because tents, saplings, these vaults, these holochrome chests. I mean, whatever it is, so many different ways to make sure that you're geared up before end game. And this team already geared up now and trying to take this fight with this other squad outside of Chrome. Just playing their distance, not utilizing anything. No entry frags. Maybe an initial knock there, as you can see a player go down as Physix will pick up the initial, but they have those shield bubbles to give them the time to get that triple res for team starts to close that distance to try to take this up close engagement. Fear will now be knocked, so now Saturn trying to close the distance as well. Utilizing that shotgun. Khan is now knocked, making it a 2v4 scenario. Players are now jumping out of the bubble, trying to get up close and personal, but Grace Newman's now knocked. Making an even fight, getting the finishes outside of the bushes, but now Saturn and Fikes is still playing on the outside. Those shield bubbles coming in handy here to buy some time.
Yeah, and that's the power that shotgun is going to be going, and that's going to be doing is now it's up to Fiox, so to try to clutch up what is probably going to be a 1v3 or a 1v4 as the shield bubble, not a new edition, it was in the game last season, but this season, new edition, as it's finally back in the game, and you're going to see it utilized a lot just because, like you said, you can get the revives off very quickly if you throw that shield bubble down. You can also throw it on top of vehicles, and you can just drive into zone, throw it on top of boats. You can do whatever you want. Shield bubbles are such a great use, especially if you're rotating or trying to save your teammate. There's so many things that you can change and do. Just bringing that item back into the game is just a huge game changer alone, as it looks like every single week, we keep saying it, and it's just going to be the main talking point, is every single week the meta changes, and it's not like they take out items and they add new ones and now the meta is completely different. They just keep adding items, so the meta still is kind of the same. It just has that little tweak in it, but at the same time that little tweak is going to make a huge difference.
100%. I was talking about it earlier a little bit, trying to break things down. I mean, the utility pool almost seems oversaturated. I mean, it's really hard. Generally, when you look at zero build, there's a set way that you should be playing things, but this time around there really is no set way. There are so many different strategies that really work. I mean, just to speak of one, I mean, a lot of the teams generally are going to try and prioritize bunkers or shield bubbles, things like that, or maybe even shockwaves to get aggressive to push players off of positioning. But nades, it's an item that not a lot of players try and carry, but it's still very, very useful. But it seems like this team, though, getting into an early engagement, no nades in sight, not a lot of utility, plenty of ammunitions and weapons to try and take this fight up close, but nothing to really back it up or buy themselves some time, as CX1 takes flight and lands upon the high ground now to force this player down below. So they're going to have to search this building to try and find them when they're hiding down below, and they will. See the goo guns coming up close and personal. They will get the knock there, but there's still a player lurking beneath. Trades the knock, though, trying to make it outside, but no, denied by CX1. So they'll be able to get these reses off, any sorts of reboots, and then make their rotation here on this dead side of zone.
Yeah, great play by that squad there. But like you were saying, yes, grenades are such a useful item, but they add other items that are even more useful. So yeah, grenades great, but it's not the best option. There's other options now in the game, such as, well, what we just saw go into effect, the goo gun. That's going to do a lot of explosive damage. But you can always go back to old reliable. You can't count out the grenades, especially if you have a whole squad holding 6 grenades in one stack. That's going to add up over time, and soon you're going to have 24 grenades to be able to throw at another squad that's either hiding in a building, hiding behind a tree, hiding in a port. It's just so many different items that is going to come into big use as we see a knock go down on CX1.
Up close, backside of zone engagement. It's a good spot. If you want to take fights here, not a lot of other teams close by. However, it looks like they weren't able to fully recover from that initial fight. So now they're really on the back foot as Jacob is kind of gatekeeping this front doorway. But that goo gun once again causing chaos to break the building down. But the hammer AR will be able to dish out the damage there and clean up Zap. So this team, once again, will have to be able to take this time to recuperate and get this reboot off because they have to make their own rotation because this zone is closing. The storm is inevitable, as I like to say. So this team needs to find the time to recover before they get into another fight.
One thing I do love about Fortnite is, yes, they keep adding all these items in, but the original items are still going to be very powerful. The hammer AR, in my opinion, is probably the most powerful assault rifle in the game right now.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Could be up there as even one of the most powerful weapons up there. Because, I mean, you can just run around and just beam players from across the map from a large distance, hitting for a lot of damage, and it shoots very fast. So if you hit for a lot of damage and you shoot very fast, well, you know, that's going to add up very quickly, and you're going to be able to get a few knocks. That hammer AR is such a great weapon, but there's so many other weapons. There's the chromified ARs in the game as well. There's just so many weapons that you can choose. There's just so many different choices. You see Grace right here. This team, the Michigan Virtual Charter Academy, they're still a full squad. They have 3 eliminations. But you see players like Grace, a player that we've seen week in week just have great games, running 4 weapons. There's just so many different choices to choose from that it is just, it's hard. It's just, honestly, it's hard to make decisions on what you want to run. So if you can't make the decision, might as well just run every single weapon that you can get your hands on.
You got to take what you can get. Seems like they might have gotten to an early engagement as well with 3 eliminations already on the board. So possible reboot was in their past, but still now moving forward. A couple players close by now trying to utilize these balloons to make their way into zone. And this is where things start to get interesting. I like to see this. A lot of these players now on this packed side of zone starting to get into some engagements, but it's within the desert, which is always interesting, especially within zero build, because elevation starts to really come into effect and positioning starts to really come into effect. You have to make sure that you're in the right spot because you could very easily become trapped if you're not positioned properly as the zone starts to move. As you do see now, Grace Newman becomes knocked, and you can see if you're not positioned properly, most of the lobby will be there, and you have to take some fights. You see now 3 or 4 teams close by as the shield bubble will have to be deployed to try and get the res off. Then they need to find themselves some cover. A 6 kitten now knocked as well, so that'll make that a 3-player team. Has to try and make this work.
Yeah, one thing I also want to quickly note, every single week, since the very first week, we saw these games end very quickly, and around this time there wouldn't be a lot of players left. But as the weeks have gone on, there have been a lot of players still alive in this zone. Is one player that might not be alive for much longer is Rengoku as they go down. But Grace, right there, the support player that has just been there every single time, is trying to get the shield bubble down, but shots are coming in. Grace is down to 27 HP. You got to try to get something here, as he's going to try to go for the revive and just hoping that those players up above don't get an angle on him. But they are just going to get a beautiful revive off. As it looks like the players off in the distance, they're just going to rotate into zone because they have a far ways to go. But yeah, as I was saying, these games are getting more and more stacked every single week, which is just great to see. And that does make sense. These players are getting used to, they're getting accustomed to the other opponents. So now they know how these players play. They know how to rotate. They know what they're doing. And overall, even just as a squad, the chemistry is getting built up week after week, which is why I think as these weeks go on, there's going to be more and more players alive as the game goes on.
100%. The more familiar you are with your opposition, the better you're going to be able to handle their pressure. As Jacob now putting shots down target, will pick up another elimination there, and Mystical will finish them off. So that's another point on the board for this team. Make it 10 eliminations early on, and we're not even within the top 5. So this team's looking very solid going into the end game here as Grace now becomes knocked. Might have been able to get that reboot or that res off just earlier on, as they're now on that packed side of zone, having to make that rotation along with the rest of the lobby. This dead side's still fairly open. It looks like a team might be lurking just on the backside, but if these teams really take their time on this next rotation and kind of hold this edge of zone, they'll be able to make it in fairly uncontested as long as they choose the left or the right side accordingly. But when you have players like Mystical and CX1 trying to close the distance on this player and get some shots on because they want those eliminations. They know they're on a roll this game, and they want to come out big here in game number 1.
Yeah, they're just going to steal that hawk from the player they just eliminated. They're going for a big elimination game to start it off hot. As you see some shots coming with the DMR, as Burangel is actually just going to fully aggress these 2 players just on the edge of zone. Looks like the confidence is there. Is the aim able to back it up? Those players going to be able to hit that launch pad and just start to rotate out of there. Smart play from them as the shots are starting to come in with the DMR, but they are not connecting as this team is going for a big game. However, they got to be careful. You see Jacob in the left is very low on health. You don't want to play too aggressive because if one of you goes down, well, then all of a sudden you're going to start getting taken down one by one. You got to stick together as a team. As you see, they're finally starting to meet up together. They played a little bit of solos there, and they kind of realized, hey, that might not be the best decision as they're finally starting to meet back up, and they're probably going to start to get some shots off and start to play as a squad perfectly here. So you see some big shots coming in. Not going to get the knock, but it's going to do a lot of damage as Jacob is going to find a lot of heals and get right back up to 200 HP.
Good shots there, but good shots all around. Monkey D Proof picks up that initial knock now on a good position here, using these porta bunkers to gatekeep the rest of this lobby as they make their own rotations. But now up close and personal with his teammate, and that being Pink Diamond, they'll get the initial knock. So now Zomu trying to pressure from above now on these players, utilizing the rocks to line of sight and fight behind them. However, shots will be dished back and forth. Will come out on top on 7 HP, but they need to get this res off quickly because they're breaking into that top 4, and there is still a full squad in the distance, and the headshot snipe will be there. Mystical will pick that up on there on the IA. So now Zomu on low HP needs to either get a res or heal up quickly.
Well, neither of those happened.
No, neither.
And who other than, of course, Mystical getting that elimination, 9 to their name, but to the whole team, 14 eliminations. They're on an insane start with only 2 other teams left, 3 teams overall left in this game, as it looks like it might be a little bit of some duo v squad action here. But we've seen it in the past. A duo versus a squad is very clutchable, especially with that powerful sniper rifle in your hands. You hit 1 shot, you hit 2 shots, all of a sudden it's a 2v2. It's going to all come down to how this squad plays it and how these 2 duos play it. They got it, they can't aggress each other. These 2 duos got to say, hey, we're duos. Maybe we look at this squad a little bit. Because if they 2 fight, it's going to be a very easy win as it goes on for the squad, as they are on an absolute tear right now. 14 eliminations to the name. They're just shooting in the air, trying to find anybody, and they see their next victim. They're going after them, and they are on a hot pursuit.
Really doesn't take a lot. The aggression is there, but these teams are split, so if they play this appropriately, they'll be able to do well and probably pick up the victory royale. But if you're caught out of position for just a moment in zero build, as you can see here, I mean, you see the shockwaves coming through to split the duo, but if the team behind them starts to rotate in and get some shots on, they could pick up 1 knock. Now it's a 2v3, and they could turn this around and try and pick up something big. They will get 1 knock onto this duo, however, now. So now Jacob and Co closing the distance onto this team, and Saturn on the ultimate low ground. But it's not going to go their way. They can get a 4v2 scenario now for the VR. And we talked about how you could pick this up if that duo tried to get involved. And they will. Gets Jacob on low HP, but the teammates are there to clutch it up. Game number 1, victory royale to Mystical with a massive elimination game.
Hey, and I'm going to be honest, what are the odds? That was actually Virginia Virtual Academy, the team that was already in first place heading into this week. They're like, hey, we're in first place so far. Let's stay in first. Let's make this a little bit more stretched out between first, second, and third, and they are doing that. But there are a lot of duo clutches there that we can't forget. I mean, players that are down teammates being able to clutch up some huge placement points is always what is going to add up in the end game. Because if you can, stay consistent as it goes on, that's what's going to matter.
Oh, I mean, 100%. Consistency is key. That is the name of the game. We do have 2 more games, but we need to go to a quick break to get everyone queued up and ready to go for game number 2. But do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 4 competition in Venman. After a fantastic game number 1 in a crazy high elimination VR come out from Vistic's team, we've got 2 left. Big games here. You have to imagine Mystic first place coming into the match, still going to be in first place, obviously. Coming out of that match, are they looking for the back-to-back?
I mean, obviously, that's going to be their key to success, and that has been their key to success is staying alive for a long time, getting these victory royales. Is That's definitely going to be the key, and that's what they're going to try to do in these last 2 games. Because remember, yes, it's 3 games, so every single game counts. Yes, it's a lot of weeks, but with not a lot of games, those games are going to add up over time. And if you get a second place this game or a back-to-back win, hey, later on down the road, that could mean a lot when it comes to the points. Every single point counts, as I'm pretty sure actually the first 3 for that game were pretty much the first 3, just a little bit flipped for the overall leaderboard, as we had Virginia Virtual Academy in first, we had Michigan Great Lakes in second, and then we had North Carolina Virtual Academy in third, and that's literally the top 3 on the actual overall leaderboard, as those teams are still trying to say, hey, we're top 3, we're going to continue to try to stay up in the top 3, as it's just all over the place as teams are just getting wins left and right.
Doesn't take a lot. As you mentioned, coming into it, still close competition. So a little pop off here on the back half of these 2 games could do something big here on the overall leaderboards. But still, we have a lot of Fortnite to go. A lot of gameplay things need to be done for some of these teams if they want to kind of push themselves in towards that upper echelon and really start to pull out some big points. But one of those things I do want to see, a lot of these teams, especially we're not looking at a full lobby, it becomes harder to predict where players are. It really does, just because you don't know. I mean, you assume a lot of the players are going to be landing at those more stacked POIs where they can loot up quickly, but it's not very predictable where they're going to be. Like, generally, you would assume Rave Cave is probably not going to be near you if you're over at Chrome, just because they're usually going to run into a team at Tilted Towers. But this time around, they might not run into a team at Tilted Towers. They might be able to make their way all the way over to you over at Chrome, and from there, you end up getting a mid-game engagement. Maybe you have to go for a reboot. One of your players gets eliminated. And from there, you're playing on the back foot for the rest of the match. So if these teams can kind of play their placement a little bit and hold down their POIs and really start to scout and loot and make sure they have all the loot they need before rotating, I could see some big changes, especially in these last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, the main key to that whole thing is the balloons that are up in the air. The mobility that those create is insane. You could literally just travel across the map within less than a minute. So with those new additions, yes, like you said, these teams that are landing Grave Cave, instead of going tilted, they are going to be able to probably go tilted. And if there's no one there, well, they're going to be in Coney in less than, or Chromie, may I say, in less than like 10 seconds. They're going to be there immediately. And if you try to run away, well, guess what? They're going to be right there after you. And that's just going to be what it comes down to, is these teams that play super aggressive, are they going to be able to stay together, stay moving as one squad, not get split up, and be able to get the high eliminations, as we saw Virginia Virtual Academy in the last game get a lot of eliminations in that last game. And, of course, the victory royale on top of it.
You say a lot, but it was a ton of eliminations. I mean, you could not ask for a better game number 1. Not even warm. Hops on, drops a 15 bomb in a VR in a competitive game. Why not? Like, why not? We're already in first. Might as well go big or go home. And they did a fantastic job here showing out in game number 1. But we will be in game number 2 in just a moment. So I'm looking to see it. I want to see any of those drop spot changes. I want to see any of these new loot changes. I mean, last game we saw a lot of players rocking the shield bubbles. Not as many bunkers as you normally see within a squad, but I'm interested to see how they change things, because for a lot of these players coming in today, this might be some of their first couple of games on the new updates. So it is a lot to take in, especially when it comes down to what kind of loadout you want to carry.
Yeah, no, it's just going to change every single game because, like you said, these players may be loading in for the first time since the most recent update, and they're still trying to figure everything out. Maybe they weren't 100% prepared for this, which is why you're going to see some teams that do come prepared for it are going to be the ones that normally finish on top in the first, second game. But as we get to the third game, that's when it really becomes like anyone's game, because these teams that are still feeling it out, well, they've had 2 games to feel it out at that point. Right now, they've only had 1 game to feel it out, so they're still maybe either trying to figure it out, or they already got it figured out and they say, hey, this is the strategy that we need to execute to be able to win with a lot of eliminations, or even just win. If you get a win, who cares about eliminations? If you get that victory royale, I mean, there's no better feeling then seeing that pop up right on the screen, getting those little crowns pop up above your head is pretty much no better feeling in Fortnite than getting a nice little victory on. I think we're going to see a few different teams maybe even win this game.
Bold claim. I'll back you up though. I agree. I bet you we have 3 different winners in 3 different games on the Eastern region. That's my prediction. Obviously, anything can happen. This is Fortnite, so who really knows how things are going to go down? But it was definitely a unicorn game, I'd say, last round. Considering where the zone pulled, it being the absolute bottom of the map, so a lot of these teams had to rotate, and a lot of them ended up rotating through mid-map to utilize the new balloons. So that's where we saw so many teams get into those mid-game engagements. And then on top of that, it's the desert. I mean, desert zones are always special, where the teams that end up pulling zone are the ones that are already positioned towards that kind of far south side of the map, are the ones that are going to generally do better. Of course, if you're playing hyper aggressive and you're just picking up eliminations as you rotate, you're going to do well regardless. But for a lot of these teams who like to play more placement focus and stay away from fights as much as possible, when those zones continue to pull further and further away from you, you're going to run out of utility to use to rotate and you will go down. So if zones pull different directions, pretty much anywhere else except for a southern zone, I'm interested to see how these kind of placement focused teams are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it perfectly in that last game. If it pulling south, literally the northern border of the southern zone, right after it got past some of these POIs, right when it got to the big mountain area, there was a lot of players just congregated right on top of each other, and they weren't really shooting each other because they were really the placement teams, and they're like, hey, let's rotate. You know, we don't need to fight. We can get some big placement points. So if we see a zone pull up north, or maybe a little bit of the eastern part of the map, maybe even a little bit of the western, we're going to see a whole different game. We're going to see we're probably going to have even more players alive late in the game, sitting in bushes, sitting in buildings, finding these perfect strategies, you know, to see who and what they got to do and who they got to eliminate to get a victory royale.
Obviously, taking out those top competitors early on are going to be the most ideal. You've got those headshot snipe capabilities, so this is the meta to do it. Not to mention the goo gun, but we are now in game number 2 of the Eastern region is underway as the players drop onto the island.
Yeah, it's going to be, wow, actually, it looks like a lot of players right off the bat are just going straight south. Maybe they said, hey, last zone was south. Maybe it'll go there again, as we literally have more than half the lobby. I'd say like 75% of the lobby going down to the southern part of this map and just saying, hey, I don't really want to stay in the bus for a long time. Maybe I don't like the bus driver, so I'm just going to hop out right away, say, hey, see you later. I don't want to thank you. I'm just going to jump off the bus right away, and I'm just going to start looting.
Who doesn't like the bus driver? Come on. You cannot hop off the bus without thanking the bus driver. He's been there since day one. You cannot squander the bus driver. Regardless of how your game goes, he'll be there right then when you queue into the next game. As Jacob, Gamer, and Co. Not surprised they're landing here at Cloudy Condos. One of the best, arguably the best drop spot in the current map configuration, considering the changing kind of vaults that float around, the new buildings moving around. But currently, in its current form, Cloudy Condos in a very good location on the map, but also so much loot to go around.
Yeah, especially with so many balloons around this part of the map, they're going to be able to easily rotate to these north zones if it pulls that way. And it's all going to come down to just, hey, how early can we rotate? How quickly can we loot? Because you kind of want to loot as fast as you possibly can, as we're going to see finally these nice little chests come into play. As we're going to see this player get a nice little prime shotgun to start off their day, a nice little epic prime shotgun, as they're going to start off with a lot of loot. And there's still some more weapons to get there if they get some more keys, as some of these chests, the holochrome chests, actually have spicy chili splashes, item that has been in the game in the past and is finally back, and is, in my opinion, my favorite item to see used, because you're going to be able to just sprint around super fast, and while at the same time you can heal every single player around you.
100%. I mean, the chili jugs being reintroduced into the meta is it's very impactful. Now with the addition in chapter 3, with there being the tactical sprint and the mantle mechanics, I mean, having the ability to carry chili chugs, especially within zero build, I mean, nobody wants to look at you, because when it comes down to which player am I going to shoot, the person who's moving at Mach 10 down through the field is not going to be the one they're going to want to choose. So they're going to pick any other player they see. I'd rather spray a bush than trying to shoot a player like that, because not only are they moving so quickly, so it's going to be hard to track them, but when you start to swerve around a little bit, it really becomes impossible and just let that player go ahead and rotate in. So it's a very useful item to get your hands on, but of course you have to kind of find it and hope that you have the RNG to get some out of those hologram chests.
One thing I want to quickly know, we saw the map for about a few seconds, just literally about less than a minute ago. There was only one team north of Tilted Towers. Every single other team,
Huh.
all 7 teams besides that one team, are on the southern part of the map in the desert area. So maybe, as these games go on, or as, the last game comes up next, we may see a whole different map where people land, because there's so many places that are, uncontested. Literally the whole top right part of the map, there's no one there. None of those chests have been touched or looted. If you want some great loot, just land up there. There's going to be no one there, or at least based off of this game and the last game, there's going to be not a single person in sight.
No, I mean, most of these players that are looting towards this south side of the map end up rotating into each other, or delooted POIs, things like that. While the teams landing up near Rave Cave, I mean, you can see how split they are. They don't have to worry about any players being near them. They can loot up, and if the zone pulls their direction, they know there's not going to be anyone over there. They just have to relax, especially if they checked out the VODs or the replays from last game. They're going to know no one's around us, so let's just loot up and make sure that all of us have the best loot possible, especially considering, I mean, there's not as many vaults, or at least not nearly as many as there are towards the south side of the map, so they can just loot up all these chests. But talking about looting up and trying to get some more loot, Fikes is once again going up close and personal with these teams, as Zap is now knocked. Saturn will pick up one on a McKinsey as well, so now this team trying to clean them up to pick up that last elimination, and they will. Fikes is picking up 3 of those already, with Saturn picking up the 4th, so they'll be really set up well here towards this mid-map area.
Yeah, huge win there. Not even having a single player get knocked is always a great engagement, especially when you get 4 eliminations. But also, I gotta quickly note, I love watching this goo gun shoot. Like from a distance, just seeing that orange goo just shoot out of that gun and just flap around and then
It's
explode.
satisfying.
It's it's very satisfying to see that weapon come into play, and it's going to be very exciting to see how it does come into play, and if Squad is going to be able to utilize it, because we haven't really seen elimination with it yet. I kind of want to really badly see an elimination with the goo gun, just because it'll just be so satisfying to see it just go like, ooh, you know what I mean?
No, 100%. I mean, a lot of times in these lobbies, these teams are trying to look for eliminations. They're not really posting up as much within the porta bunkers. And a lot of that comes down to these players aren't carrying them. If they don't have the bunkers, then they're going to be spread out more. So the goo gun becomes a little bit less effective. However, when you start to carry 3 or 4 of them, you can pick up quick eliminations that I'm sure as kind of these games go on and the nights go on, and maybe we'll see it in other regions, maybe not on East, but I'm sure we'll start to see, as these players get comfortable, the goo gun be utilized more and more, as AK Bear grabbing some loot from these saplings, some extra shockwaves on the floor and those throwable launch pads, but again, rocking the goo gun. So it's going to be interesting game for these two. Didn't see anything crazy coming out from them in game number 1, so I'm sure they're looking to make up here a little bit of that ground in game number 2.
That's just going to be what it all comes down to. I mean, making up ground, getting these nice little rotates, and of course the matching skins can always help, as well as you see all these players matching it up, having the perfect skins, having the chemistry that they need to have to get a victory royale, as they're just going to rotate right on into the zone. Only one team near them, and that's going to be Pink Diamond, GRM, and Rapid Bear, and they're just going to easily drive right on into this road. I'm driving on the wrong side of the road, but that doesn't really matter, I guess, because it's Fortnite, so it doesn't matter. But in real life, you can't be driving on the side of the road, as they're going to actually hop now into the floating pirate ship. Not in the water, in the sky, as they're just now going to loot up a little bit. Maybe they got some keys. They're going to go for the vault. Of course, the vault in the pirate ship is a very, very, very good vault. 2 keys to open it, and a lot of loot that comes with it. As now they're just going to say, hey, let's take our time, let's rotate a little bit, and let's say, hey, we're in zone, we're in no rush, and let's just glide on right in, zip line on right in, and maybe open a vault or 2.
No big deal. Just relax, take your time. This team's doing a great job here, spacing themselves out. Interesting, I've seen this kind of across the board. A lot of these teams rocking a 4-weapon loadouts or 3-weapon loadouts with that shotgun SMG AR combo. Generally within competitive, you don't see that as much, where teams will opt to carry more utility items over an extra weapon, just because usually, or at least most of the time, that kind of shotgun AR combo is enough to get the job done. But then again, when it comes to squads in these game modes where so many teams are hyper aggressive, it's never a bad thing to have a couple extra rounds and another weapon ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the more ammo and the more weapons you have, I guess the more merrier it is when it comes down to it, because you just keep shooting, 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 not have to reload. That's going to save you some time. As these players are trying to get this chest, they're finally going to get it. As well, remember, they're the only player, they're only the only teams in the pretty much northern part of this map still. As a lot of players are still in the southern part, the southern eastern, and they're on the northwest. No one's even in the northeast. Like, there's no one over near all of these lustrous lagoon. There's no one there. No one has even been near that part of the map. As these guys are just gonna say, "Hey, let's just rotate on in. Let's take our time. Let's run right in. Let's get some great positioning." As Koopa might need to get a little bit more weapons, some more loadout, as they still have an extra slot, and there's no reason to have an extra slot. I feel like at all.
Oh, I mean, it's never ideal. You want to try and find something to fill that slot up, whether it be the double med mist as we see in Haley's inventory or anything. I mean, 3 nades, a mini, whatever it is, you want to try and fill it up because you've got a squad that you've got to kind of carry with you as you move through this game. You got to make sure you've got what your team needs. So anything and everything you get your hands on is ideal. But I got to say, do like the loadouts, and this team seems to be carrying a lot more of those utility items. Obviously, sniper rifle being that third weapon, but I mean, you got to have one on the squad, especially with that new headshot snipe one-shot ability to get that initial knock on the team is exactly what you're looking for. So put that in the hands of a player with some cracked aim, and you'll be good to go. Rapid Bear, Germ being eliminated earlier on, so now it's a duo. Pink Diamond just near this vault will hop on the balloon or scout out the teammate, make sure they're covered from above. That eagle eye on this squad that's just down below, utilizing this car to make their own rotations. We'll fire a couple rounds their way, but nothing will connect. Doesn't need to, though. In a good spot, not really able to get pushed without them knowing. With that zip line being down below, get that audio cue to make sure whenever team tries to push them up top, we'll just use that balloon to rotate over, get together with your teammate. Because as this zone starts to close, things are starting to heat up because only 2 teams have been eliminated so far this game, and it's just getting started as Rapid Bear is getting pressured. The team tries to shockwave on and shoot and try and get that knock. But Rapid Bear will use the shockwave in turn to try and escape, but no, that hammer AR from distance will take them out. So now Pink Diamond's a solo.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a big clutch up for me. As you see, the whole squad is just moving as a unit on this map. Oh, but they accidentally threw the launch pad onto the truck. That truck is going to destroy the launch pad. So now this player's going to have to get into the truck and just drive on out of there. But you literally see, look at these units just sticking together as squads. You see them, they're all in the bottom of the map. They're all sticking together. And then on the left part of the map, you have this other squad. They're all literally just sitting on top of each other. And that's going to be the key to success in these games, is sticking with your squad, not getting split up. As you saw, Pink Diamond and Rapid Bear got split up. And I'm assuming GRM earlier in the game also got split up, which is why this trio is now down to a solo, because you can't back up your teammates if you're not near them, which is why, as we always say, the key to success is playing together, sticking as a team, moving as one unit, pretty much having the same mentality as one person as a solo, but instead of a solo, you're 4 players moving as one.
Yep, hand in hand, hip to hip, move as a unit. You'll be able to get the job done as Pink Diamond will secure themselves a bush within this next zone, but a squad now rotating in, crossing the road with the back turned to Pink Diamond, but Pink Diamond knows even if they pull out their weapon, that will give the audio cue to this team, but the sniper rifle will be pulled out. The body shot without the headshot, but still staying quiet. This team doesn't seem to know. They know a sniper round was fired in their direction and connected for the body shot, but still nothing. They will get that knock on to Mystical's team, so now A.Burr down. Jacob Gamer, CX1 and Mystical as a trio trying to pressure this team within the bush. They will get the knock on to Fear. Now, up close and personal, using that sniper rifle more like an AR as the goo guns will be deployed. A couple tags here or there, but nothing too crazy. No pressure that Mythical can't handle as the confirm on A.Burr will come through. So now it's a trio having to use these bushes to try and loot up and then play the rest of this game out.
Yeah, but the shots are coming in. Good thing they got these bushes because they're going to be able to have some cover for a little bit of time as the Goo Gun starting to come in. And now comes the Shockwave as shots are getting sprayed left and right, trying to hit whatever shot you can through these bushes. You see this trio is now moving up onto another trio, but off in the distance, you got a squad. And if they want, they could easily third-party this, maybe get some big eliminations. As the snipe is going to try to come in, but that player is just going to be able to Shockwave just out of the grasp of that sniper bullet. Now we're going to see CX, Jacob, and Mystical, the winners of last game. You know, Mystical not having the game that he had last game. Last game they had 9+ eliminations. Now currently 0, trying to maybe pick it up a little bit. But first thing that they're gonna do is get that reboot because they know, hey, nobody's near us except for this solo. But I don't think that solo is gonna be able to do enough, as they're gonna easily get that reboot off. And now that solo is just sitting in the distance saying, hey, not my engagement to take. Is Haley, Slow Chief, Jazz, and Koopa are chilling up on top of this vault looking for some victims off in the distance.
A good elevated position, especially when you have a sniper rifle. So in a good spot, but Blue, Barry, and 06 taking the zip line up the high ground to contest the player, but has to drop immediately. They were waiting for them just above. We'll take a little bit of fall damage, but nothing too crazy. Some extra loot on the floor now with the Goo Gun, maybe a crown win. Why not? Just pick it up, you know? Go for that VR this game, rack up those points. The end of the season. Yeah, why not? Got that Mythic Prime shotgun, so they are geared to the teeth. That weapon absolutely packs a punch now. And it seems like this time around, it's going to be the first team we've seen where they're rocking 2, maybe even 3 Goo Guns. So in a really good spot here to play this game out, and I love the positioning here. Go ahead and hold down this building before they have to make a rotate. Just clear it out. Make sure no one's hiding within. But then once they've done that, they have one of the best positions in the game. They have the redeploy balloon above, not to mention natural elevation. So they're in a really good position here to wait out the rest of the lobby.
Wow, look at this. The only thing that could get better is I believe that team on the balloon is actually not on top of the balloon. They're on the nope. Stand. Oh no, this is the chrome. Never mind. But if that team in zone right now, I think they're still on top of the vault. If they decide to get on top of that balloon, that's going to be huge, as we see Fear and Saturn kind of baiting this launch pad here, waiting for these players to shoot right up the balloon and glide on into zone. As the shot's going to start to come in, but these players are just going to decide to rotate. And I think they're now going to see this balloon and say, hey, there's no one on top of this. Why don't we get on top of this? They're now starting to glide right on over it. And I think Fear has that potential idea, as these players are going to start gliding in, but the Goo Gun is coming in and the shots are coming in the vault. Koopa's going to go down, and that squad is going to go down. And who other than Jacob Gamer and their squad now up to 9 eliminations. One thing I want to note, Mystical last game had all the eliminations. Now he's saying, hey, Jacob, you can get the eliminations. These players was having a different player each game go off and have a crazy amount of eliminations, which kind of proves to the point that this team is a very talented team when it comes to getting eliminations.
I mean, when it's squads, really all that matters is that you do your due diligence and get your damage in. I mean, whoever gets the finish, whoever gets that final knock or that final shot to pick up the elimination really doesn't matter. As long as you're doing your damage and you're making sure that you're working as a team, you're good to go. As Jacob now putting some shots with that sniper rifle on this team within the bush. He's doing a great job of firing back to make sure that they can't really peek them. But players now gliding through the air. Jacob will fire shots, but CX1 now knocked. Looks like a possible headshot snipe, as Fibula will pick up that elimination. Now they're within center zone in a great spot now with mobility options, as teams will make their own rotations now. They saw that knock and know that that's the opportune moment to move into the zone, as Saturn reposition themselves within the tree. A great spot, especially when you're playing as a duo with the numbers disadvantages. AK Bear now taking the high ground on top of this balloon, and probably the best positioning in the zone.
Oh, 100% the best positioning for this team, the K-12 Private Academy. Getting a beautiful positioning on top of this balloon right now. They're just going to be able to look down on every single player below them. You see some ones off in the distance in the bush, and now the shot's going to start to come in. There's the mark. Huge shot's going to start to come in, and I don't think that Goo Gun is going to make it quite over there. Valiant effort, though, with the shots, as now we're going to see this team start to get some big shots. However, the zone's moving, and, well, it pulls to absolutely nobody.
Everyone's got to get a move on now, so the utility is starting to be dished out. The shield bubbles for the team within the bush, as Mesosaurus starts to put down some pressure onto them. They will have to use the trees or anything they can to hide. They will continue to pressure down now. A full squad trying to hit their shots now, but the headshot snipe to deny it. AK Bear will now be knocked, so the shield bubbles are dished out. A smart move there from Asasaurus. They'll have to get this res off before making their own move into the zone. It's not seen to have a bunker within the zone. You cannot throw the kegs on top of this balloon. They will bounce off as Fear now making a little bit of a storm play now with Saturn is knocked and confirmed. So now this lobby starting to dwindle away, and AK Bear is still doing a great job of IGLing this team to victory.
Yeah, great plays by this team, being able to get the revive off, throw in that shield bubble without hesitation, knew immediately what they had to do, as now they're going to be able to look down on this squad off in the distance, get some big shots. However, there is a team below them. There's multiple teams below them. And we're going to start to see these guys start to rotate and see, hey, who is going to rotate last and who's going to try to get some shots off on each other. Because the balloon players can look down on the players rotating. But if the balloon players leave too early, everyone's going to be able to look up at them, as it looks like we're having a 4v4v2 scenario here, which could be big as these players are going to start to rotate into the zone. However, it looks like this team, or both teams, pretty much all teams have no type of mobility, no type of items. You see there is a shield bubble there, so there's that. But the shots are going to start to come in, and the shots are going to start to get traded.
No bunkers in sight. We're playing it old school, boys. We are hiding behind the ridge. Whatever it takes to pick up that victory royale. And Mesasaurus and co. taking the balloon early and pressuring down. And it was enough to pick up that victory royale and going the way of another team. In a good, solid game here as far as eliminations goes. You cannot complain with that performance.
Hey, we said it. A different team was going to win game 2, and that was K-12 Private Academy getting the victory royale. A huge game from them, getting a huge victory royale for a decent amount of eliminations. As they said, hey, you may have won that first game, but we're here, and we're going to win that second game, as they are now off to a scorching start here for them with one game left in the week.
One game left to close things out, but we have to get everyone queued up. We have to calculate the scores and behind the scenes. So we will be going to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back with some more action. and welcome back to the fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 4 with Stride Esports and Venman. This is it. Game number 3 for the Eastern Conference to close things out here in week number 4. And Venman, we've already seen 2 different winners for game number 1 and 2. And I said it after game number 1 that we'll have 3 different winners. I'm looking to see it hold here in game number 3. And it seems like these teams are really starting to get comfortable within the new meta changes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like teams are finally starting to get the feel for it, trying to figure out what they want to do and how they're going to get the wins. And one team that I think is going to get the win here is actually going to be Michigan Virtual Charter Academy. That's my pick for this game, mainly because they didn't get in the last game. So I think they have that extra motivation to really make that comeback, because 4th, 5th, and 6th, or 4th and 5th are very close on the leaderboard. And well, that team in 5th place was K-12, and they just won a game. So now, Michigan Virtual has to make a big comeback here and say, hey, they won a game, we missed a game. Well, now we're going to win this game with a lot of eliminations. We're going to prove to this team saying, hey, we're still here, we're still in this, and we're fighting to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, this is your final chance. Got to make it happen. Missing a game, this is the way to go. I can't disagree with you. Your logic makes perfect sense. I'll back you on this. I trust your predictions, Venman. I'm going to go with you here. We're going to be rooting them on. See how things are going to go down here in game number 4. Seen some interesting zones this game, some mid maps and some south zones. So I'm interested to see how the last game is going to kind of go down or shape up to be. I'm looking for that kind of northeast corner of the map. Interested to see. Always fun to watch the northeastern zones. But really, it's going to be luck of the draw. So Venman, what are you looking to see here? I mean, overall, is there anything that you could keep your eyes on? If you could pray to see one thing happen. I mean, last week we saw zones pull over at the statue. We saw zones at the sanctuary. Some crazy plays with the new sniper rifle, with it being the new headshot size. We saw some crazy stuff going on over there. But if you could see anything, hope to see anything in last game here on East, what is it going to be?
I want to see some goo gun eliminations. We really haven't seen it yet. I want to see a whole squad just focus on one player and just goo gun that one player, just like get an easy elimination.
I mean, it's not hard to do. You just got to find the time and place. But now we are here. Game number 3 of the Eastern Conference is underway as these players are dropping onto the island now. You can see, it looks like this time around, though, more players landing on this north side of the map, considering we only saw one team up to land there last game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it makes sense. A lot of these teams, I think, are kind of going with the game plan of, hey, wherever the bus is, like wherever it starts, I kind of want to just jump off right away and then glide off in. As you see, we got a team up at Sleepy, we got a team at Chrome. We also got 2 teams up at Logjam from the looks of it, which is something we haven't seen. This is the first time we've actually had a point of interest contested, which we haven't seen in pretty much at all.
Yeah, taking these off-spawn fights could go very bad very quick. So not a surprise here if you're trying to land hot every game, you might go down early. As we see now, McKinsey, Bry go down initially, as now Sunset Rise as well from Saturn hot dropping once again, just pressuring down on these players, utilizing that long range fire with that hammer assault rifle. Has no ammo left, so has to use that lever to try and loot something off them. We'll get a silenced SMG, continue to fight, continue the prowl, but they will pick up a 3rd elimination, and now that'll be the 4th and 4 eliminations. That full wipe on this team at Logjam Junction. Once again, Saturn, Fear, Fikesys, and Khan are going to go ahead and make their run to pick up that victory royale.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they're trying to do what they can do to get it, and they're a team that definitely can. There's a lot of big threats, and it's like we always say, you really can't count any team out, because every single week we have just different winners all over the place. The only reason that the leaderboard is still like a decent separated is because some of these teams, when they do get a win, they're getting a lot of eliminations behind it. And some of these other teams, when they do get a win, they only have, 5, 6, 7 instead of, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 eliminations, which we've seen before. The eliminations has been kind of the key to the leaderboard switching and the leaderboard differential all over the place. And it's going to be fun to see if some of these teams that maybe play passive are going to try to play a little bit more aggressive in these upcoming weeks.
Got to make those adjustments, and it seems like the whole trend within these lobbies is the aggressive players are the ones that do well, as we see Fear is already geared to the teeth as those 2 bunkers and that deployable launch pad, not to mention the legendary variant of the Hammer AR. I mean, you couldn't really ask for much more. Maybe a legendary prime, but it already set up very, very well, and they already have 4 eliminations. So this team take their time, loot up before they have to make their own rotations. They are within that first zone, so not a big deal here. But it looks like majority of the lobby is gonna have to make their own rotations into zone. But I mean, look at the zone, Venman. What do you know? A Rave Cave Mountain Zone to end the Eastern Conference for this week? I mean, come on now. I can get on board.
I definitely can get on board with that. That's very fun for us to watch. May not be very fun for the players having to rotate that far and have to deal with the mountains, but from our point of view, from watching, hey, I am not complaining a single bit, as these players are going to have to rotate a decent amount of away, but luckily for them, there's so much rotation in the game that it won't be that hard for them to get there. I'm just still convinced. I mean, hey, we've been saying this for weeks now. No one's landing on this left. We only saw it one game today, but no one's really landing on this whole left side of the map where there is a lot of loot to go around. It's interesting to see in other events, these players are splitting it. Duos are splitting it. Squads are splitting it. Trios are splitting it. And to see no one split that literally the entire left side of the map, that's pretty much 2 to 3 POIs, is interesting. We only have one team land Rave Cave, and then they rotate north. They rotate like northeast. No one is pretty much taking that bottom left part of the map.
A lot of loot left for these teams who make their own rotations, as Colbus, Batman Boy, they're all going to make their own rotations outside of the Flutter Barn. And we talked about it a little bit at the end of the last game, how if any player within that last scenario had a bunker, they basically would have won the game. They could have just sat within and it just sprayed other players. And looks like this trio this time around might have found the groove now. Already saw one of the players in this squad rocking 4 bunkers. So they are set up really, really well already. And they're going to go ahead and loot up this vault. So they'll be really set. Need to make sure their loadouts are all dialed in going into these later zones. Otherwise, they could have some trouble here. But it seems like so far, they're really set up well.
Yeah, and the best part about squads is you can really have enough loot to be prepared for any sort of scenario if you play it right. And it looks like this is one of those teams that's learning how to play it right, kind of carrying a little bit of everything from it seems. Every single player is having a different type of loadout. Finally figuring out the normal loadout that we normally see with the 2 weapons and then a lot of heals or a lot of different utilities coming into play. And it's going to be interesting to see how this team does it. As you see, like, we got the shield bubbles, there's so many different items that these players are all going to be carrying. And I'm excited to see this squad go in because they are, from the looks of it, loadout-wise, and kind of got the green skins, kind of a little bit of the matching. It's going to be exciting to see how this team plays this game out.
They're set up well, and they got those saplings as well. The mythic rapid-fire SMG is a very powerful weapon at close range. They can kind of start to take a couple of shots, but it seems like a team on top of the mountain, a full squad, in fact, will take some shots at Colbus, down to 50 HP, but will make it out alive towards Tilted Towers. Needs to heal up. Keep in mind where the rest of this squad is, because now they've cut off their rotation path, at least towards center zone. So this team starts to kind of crest this hill. They could take some shots down on a Fibula, but it seems like that squad just kind of rotated out. No problems there. Colbus will find the time to heal up for having to make their own rotations, as Fibula will snag that legendary Hammer AR as well. It seems like this might be the most stacked squad that we've seen so far in these 3 games. I mean, you couldn't really ask for a better loadout. So I'm interested to see how they kind of execute on that strategy in the later zones. But seems like on the flip side, another team starting to get into an engagement with the initial knock now. Rapid Bears looking to get the res off.
Yeah, but it looks like that's going to be a tough res to get off because as you see, AK is already there getting shots and Hatred not far behind him. And now this player is going to start to get pinned. Shots are coming in front of him, from behind him. And now they're going to get knocked. It's up to Pink Diamonds trying to clutch up a 1v4, but that is not going to be possible as AK and Blueberry get the eliminations. They have 3 to their name and they're on a tear. But like you were saying, that squad we were looking at before, their loadout is insane, especially for this early on. Normally there's a chance we see that type of loadout later on in the game when they get a lot of eliminations, but to just get that from just looting around is kind of crazy as you see Grace and Newman get an elimination, the team that we believe is going to come out on top this game. As it looks like we got, like you said, we're going to get that Rave Cave Reality Tree Zone. A lot of mountains there. And if I were one of these teams, yeah, you see there's someone actually starting to go up there. Just go right on top of this. And they actually have a whole setup right
Wow.
now,
Really
as
good
they are
spot.
pretty much kitted right now. Going to be able to look down on everyone else rotating around them.
Yeah, generally within the pro scene, you see this a lot. The teams that are able to secure this Rave Cave Bear Head and just kind of post up on top with a bunker, almost secure just by default top 5, just because of the amount of pressure they can actually apply on the entire lobby. However, Khan gets launched by the tires, but the clutch grapple play to save them could not have been closer, but Khan has the quick reaction time to save themselves. I mean, gave me a little bit of a
Oh,
heart
no.
attack. Please don't do it again. Hang out inside the bunker. There's no reason to go anywhere. Just chill out.
Stay
No
away from the
problems there.
tires, please. Oh, man. Nice save, though. Nice saves, actually. You might say I accidentally almost did it again. Now we're going to have these players just literally just look down on every single player around them and say, hey, who is going to be the next person we shoot at?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options around the map to take shots on. Saturn, though, rocking that sniper rifle, that hunter rifle. Still no angles. We'll see a player gliding through the air. We'll look at that hammer to try and put some shots on, and they will do just that, but the player will be able to slide into cover. No problems there as the rest of the lobby starts to congregate close by. Something to keep in mind, though, with these Rave Cave zones, if any player positions themselves within the actual wind tunnels themselves, you'll be able to just hang out, play placement. Will have no issues there because they can hide underneath the vault, as it seems like Fear might have taken a little bit of a spill as the wolves just down below.
They're sniffing.
Yeah, just hanging out. Luckily, nothing too crazy for this team. So they'll just get the res off. A little bit of a slip, no big deal. Find a med kit from a chest. You'll be good to go. As we'll just kind of slide back down towards some old loot, maybe some barrels. Good play here. Happens to the best of us. This is zero build. Not a lot you can do once you're already in motion. Once you're already falling, not a lot you can do. Obviously, unless you're Khan and you're just have the reaction time of a tier 1 pro, you can save yourself using that grapple glove. But Fear will go ahead and trade out for their own grapple glove in return, so they'll be able to save themselves. And we talked about playing underneath the balconies, and this is exactly what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a strategy we've seen in the past, and it's a strategy that works. However, one team is smart and they know the little trickeroonies. They got some grenades. You can actually pretty easily eliminate the players down in the wind tunnel by throwing it at a perfect angle. It'll explode right when it gets down them and do a lot of damage. But I feel like those guys might be a little safe for now. They're going to be able to just sit there, relax in the wind tunnel, and say, "Hey, we got time. We got to rotate whenever we can. We are in no rush." To see a lot of teams starting to get to rotations in this zone, and you got to be careful though. As I believe that was just a Gugon just completely destroying that building.
Destroying the building, but it's going to be a team trying to take the fight to them. Mystical and Jacob Gamers, the winner from game number 1 and the winners from game number 2, going head to head now, looking to take each other out early on here as Mesasaurus takes a couple shots. Tread as well now, but they have that truck, which is now on low HP, will have to chrome up to try and move away as Tread is now knocked, but returned. Mesasaurus headshot sniped. AK Bear has to use this grapple glove now to leave the teammates behind. Plays a solo. Blueberry as well now, because they need to clutch up those placement points. They weren't able to withstand the assault Mystics team, so they will be playing as solos full split. Blueberry is still on the run.
Yeah, I mean, hey, every single placement point counts when it comes down to it. As Blueberry's getting into an engagement, he's actually going to knock a player. Going to get that elimination. We only have 48 HP. You got to try to get some heals off before these other players start to come at you, as here comes the aggression that we always see from Mystical and Jacob, holding each other's hand, playing like a duo right now, getting the knock and soon to be elimination onto Blueberry, as Mystical and Co. has 3 eliminations to their name, but there's still 25 players left in this lobby, so we can still see a pretty high elimination game. As you see, a lot of players are at Rave Cave, and they all got to rotate a far way to go, as this could be an interesting zone. And the reason I say that is because, well, it's half water, and well, the parts that go into the water are just ridges. You know, they're not the best place to be at. So this could be a potential. We haven't seen it yet. We've seen Dwayne The Rock Johnson zone. We've seen all these other zones. We haven't seen a full water zone, which I think will be super exciting to see it go down.
Not a lot of real estate to go around because of that water. And if you do slip and fall, you're stuck swimming. Do the Michael Phelps, try and swim, clutch up some placement points. But Khan has a different idea. Deciding to hang out in the tree. No big deal. Looks like Khan might actually be aware of Saturn down below. Or sorry, Saturn's their teammate. Or at least just kind of watching them hang out as Fikes is now headshot sniped by Fibula. The one player will be knocked, but they are completely split. No problem for this team. It's just they're all split up playing placement points on their own because there are a lot of players in this lobby, but the only thing I'd be worried about now is because they are in such advantageous positions within the cabin. You're looking at the one bush that's in the center of zone. You're looking at the one tree. Some of the players or one of the players could easily be jumped on by a full squad trying to advance to some better spot. Sphere will go ahead and use some bunkers to bunk up, get themselves some solid cover to hide behind as another team now pushing the cabin, trying to get on top of the roof, put some shots down onto them, and they will do just that. Fear now knocked and fully eliminated as Fikes was able to be rezzed. Takes a couple shots there, a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. AK Beer now knocked in the feed as Saturn still hangs out in the bush.
It looks like Fireaxe goes down. It's up to those who try to clutch up. I do like that strategy a little bit of being really separated. Yes, you're not going to win probably any engagement going up against a squad, but, you don't have to. If you're separated like that, if one of your players goes down, you say, hey, you're over there, I'm over here. I'm going to clutch up some big-time placement points as we're just going to watch Jacob and Co. 4 eliminations to their name, trying to get some big shots off on some opponents as they do see a knock goes down. And I think of seeing that knock, you're going to see some big-time aggression go down here.
Yeah, now it's the time to get aggressive. It is the alpha positioning as Jacob Gamer now using that sniper rifle like it's a shotgun. Does not care how close they are. They will hit their shots. Is now this duo getting really aggressive here in the later zones, just firing shots into the bushes to try and clear it. However, did not make contact with Saturn, who is still playing within, so needs to be aware of them close by, but we'll pick up the Firefly Jars. A great move here to try and pressure this team, and will throw another onto the bush now, and the damage will come through onto Saturn, or at least Saturn has to reposition here because that bush will be burned, and they will get the damage marker. Now, CX1 may have just missed Saturn, or maybe not, moving into cover now. Jacob wants to take this fight. It's a good engagement to take with the player now swimming through the water, completely helpless. No cover indeed, but Jacob, you gotta hit your shots. Saturn is swimming away. We've kind of mentioned swimming your way to victory, and Saturn is executing that perfectly.
Wow, shots were missing left and right, and that's going to be painful as now CX1 goes down. So now it's up to Jacob to try to clutch up as a solo here. 16 players left, 7 teams as well, trying to just swim right into the zone, into some cover. Another solo right above him, as this is going to be a very interesting end game here as we're starting to run into some teams with 6 teams left, 12 players. Looks like we may only have like 1 or 2 teams here and then a bunch of solos.
Solo plays big here for clutching up those placement points because they are crucial. You don't already have a lot of eliminations on the board. You need those placement points, and Saturn knows this. He's able to swim away regardless of the number of eliminations they already have them on the board. They are still alive, and Khan on top of that might arguably be the best position in this zone within the tree. Nobody seems to be looking at them. However, Saturn now will identify the player sneaking down below, tries to use a sniper rifle to get some shots on, but will miss. Fired back through with the hammer AR, but has the dot kind of hide behind. But Monkey D proof now, trying to spray, hitting tons of shots, tons of damage, and now the time to go. Close the distance as Saturn. That elimination will be stolen from Monkey. The headshot snipe is traded back. Saturn wasn't able to fire one out, but will take one in return. So now Monkey D proof has to make their own rotation. We'll have that deployable launch pad, but just sitting behind the rock in the water to buy a little bit of time now because the zone doesn't have to move. Just has to make sure that he isn't singled out as a solo.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you just got to take your time, rotate in. Especially in a zone like this, a lot of eliminations and a lot of engagements are going to start to go down. So, hey, maybe you wait a little bit and you rotate in, as the zone rotates in. You wait for all these other players to get eliminated. Because remember, 5 players left. This is when the big-time placement points are going to start to come in. So this is why every single place matters. We say it all the time. Every single point matters, especially in a format like this where it goes on for months. Every single point comes down to the wire. As now we're going to see Kitten and Co. start to rotate, find some little area and say, hey, where are we going to go? Where are we going to find our spot to look down on everyone and get some big shots down on players?
A duo only now, but it seems like majority of the lobby is kind of in that same position. Only one maybe one full squad left in this lobby. So still a solid numbers advantage with 2 players being up. At least you're not a solo now. If they play together properly, utilize this bunker, they'll be able to do well, as Khan still expertly playing for placement here, racking up some very crucial points for their team. Just utilizing this tree to line of sight any of these players close by. As Jacob Gamer now, the roof of the cabin, looking for shots as Khan moves down below. But this full squad inside of the porta bunkers, if any player has a goo gun at this point in the game, can really shake things up and cause some chaos.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to end up doing here, as we have 8 players left, 4 teams. This is going to be intense. You see the sniper's going to come in, but the goo gun is going to start to do a lot of damage to the builds. You got to get out of there, but Khan is not going to be able to, as Fibula easily eliminates that player, trying to get some shots off on Kittens and co, but is not going to be able to. Now we're going to see some shots go down on the Jacob. 1 elimination. Now we have a 4v2 here. It's going to be Kitten and co trying to get shots off onto each other. As Fibula falls down, he's going to have to hit a big snipe, but he's going to miss. The shots are coming in on Kitten, and now it's up to the other teammate, but that is not going to be enough, as Fibula, Colbulus, Faustia, and the last player gets a nice and easy 7 elimination victory royale.
Expertly executed. I mean, we talked about how a goo gun would have shaped things up, but this full team had one already. I mean, they had everything they needed to pick up the VR there. They had the win in their sights, and they execute on it perfectly. They waited for zone to close. They saw where it pulled. They threw a bunker before they rotated. They ran right to it as a team and postured up, and were able to pick up that VR there. Played very, very well. But that is going to do it, Venman. That is it for the Eastern Conference here in week number 4 of Stride Fortnite. And I have to say, do not go anywhere. We have more Fortnite action to follow here on the Central region. So please do not go anywhere. We're going to be going to a quick break. We will be back with more Fortnite soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. But this time around, we are here for the fall 2022 Central Fortnite Week 4. Game number 1 will be underway momentarily as we get things ready behind the scenes. But, Benman, we have a top 3 to break down. So please go ahead and introduce our top 3 like you normally do.
It's a little bit different than East, but at the same time, it's kind of the same. First place, we got Texas Online Preparatory School of 103 points. They got Jedi Deuce on that team as one player I remember. Coming in second place so far is Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy with 183 points. Right behind them, literally 20 points, one game of Victory Royale with no eliminations. You're up there. That has Just Han and Emmy Wee on that team as well. Coming in at third place, have a little bit of room to make up, but hey, it's Fortnite. Anything can happen. As Insight Kansas, 122 points. They got Nikolai and Watchdog and some other few players on that team. Yes, they're down 80 points from first place, but a few games here and there, and all of a sudden, a few weeks later, and you're going to be on top. You're going to be going crazy. The next thing you know, these leaderboards could be all over the place. Because remember, it's Fortnite Battle Royale, and literally anything can happen.
Oh, no, absolutely. Anything can happen. And I believe as things get going behind the scenes, let's go ahead and cover, I believe it is our schedule, Fedvin. Let's go ahead and cover our schedule once again. If we can go ahead and take a look at that real quick. If we want to go ahead and bump up and see what we actually have going on this channel, because it's not only Fortnite, right? Let's go ahead and jump and see what we can take a look at for some of our games. I mean, we've got chess earlier on the week. We've got League of Legends on Mondays. We've got chess on Tuesdays. Thursdays, we have Rocket League. Friday, we have Valorant. Of course, Wednesdays, we have Fortnite. Venman, we are back again for Fortnite. And we have Centrals. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on there. As things behind the scenes start moving around, start to take a look again what we have going on tonight. Eastern region, obviously, we just finished. Central, just starting up now. But after this, Venman, we have West to follow.
I love West, man. West is so competitive and so fun. And the reason I think that it's so competitive and so fun is I think they watch East and Central. And I think they listen to us and they kind of take in on some of these strategies.
What, are we giving them free tips?
Hey, that's why we always see them, come into effect. It's going to be super fun. But quickly, we're going to just do a little bit of a tiny breakdown. We just went over the top 3 for Central. We're going to quickly go over the top 3 for East that we just watched. First place is, of course, still Virginia Virtual Academy, now with 281 points.
Wow.
They got pretty much like 90 points right there. But you still have North Carolina Virtual Academy with 218 points. Hey, it's still not that far behind. Coming in third, though, is Michigan Great Lakes with 162 points. But right behind them in fourth place, K-12 Private Academy, 142 points. This is still anyone's game with literally like 2 months left to go.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. Do some big things on the leaderboard. And I mean, start putting the time in, practice up, make sure you're familiar with the meta coming into the competition, because when it comes down to these weekly competitions, 3 games. Right? 3 games, not a lot of time to make up a lot of ground. So you got to do it with eliminations, and you need to do it with VR. So obviously, you don't have a lot of warm-up time. You need to take and come out strong out the gate, pick up an early VR, and then from there, make sure you stay consistent. You can easily find yourself higher up on that leaderboard. But still, Venman, we have Central coming our way momentarily. I have to say, Central, it's my home. Central, come on now, a Texas boy myself, so it's gonna be cool to see how we show out here. Obviously, Central, a lot of the players here. Zero build has been a huge change. High ping has always been a thing for Central players to kind of struggle within those build game modes. So zero build is really an opportunity to shine for these Central players, because really doesn't matter what your ping is, you gotta show out with your aim, and ping's not gonna help you, man. If you're caught in a field and they know how to hit their shots, you will be going down.
No, that's true. That's one of my favorite things about zero build is the fact that ping doesn't really have a massive advantage like it is in builds. It doesn't really matter. You can play in so many different regions. You can play with literally whoever you want from across the world. That's the whole part of gaming, is just playing with pretty much any single person you want to in any country, anywhere, even Antarctica, if they have some servers up there. I mean, who knows? But it's all going to come down to how these games are going to go. It's going to be super exciting, especially because Central's kind of close. Remember, that's 20 points between first and second. That's literally one game.
Not that much.
Yeah, and both of these teams we've seen in the past get like victory royales pretty much like every other game. So this is going to be a super fun Central.
Oh, no. No doubt in my mind that Central is going to deliver with the action, like all the regions do. So we'll have Central to bring us 3 games of action, and then West to follow as we get into game momentarily. And I do want to point out, before we get into game, do a little bit more of a breakdown. Towards the back half of East, especially in game number 3, we saw it. Bunkers, shield bubbles, the goo gun start to emerge a little bit more. We saw a lot of players stop choosing to run a 3 or 4 weapon loadout, then moving and transitioning towards running a more utility-focused loadout. But still, game number 1 is underway as the players start to drop in onto the island for game number 1 of the Central region.
Hey, it's going to be a super fun Central region. As you see, we got 21 players in the game. This is a little bit different. We got some players in Fort Jonesy. We got actually, looks like we might have Greasy Grove contested. Same with Rave
Wow.
Cave. And then there's that one singular solo player going up towards Grim Cables saying, hey, you guys can fight it out. I'm going to be a solo and I'm going to clutch up some huge points for my team by just, well, sitting in Grim Gables because we have 2 off-spawn fights, which is huge.
Oh, no, 100%, especially in a lobby that's not completely full. I mean, an off-spawn fight can be very detrimental towards your team's performance on the night. But obviously, if you come out on top early with 4 eliminations, that's got to feel good, especially since it's game number 1. Get those jitters out of the way, get those nerves taken care of for the rest of the night. Just be on your game. Ready to go here as Watchdog is down towards the bottom of Rave Cave. Generally, you see, at least in more recent times, most of the players doing what Nikolai is here, kind of fighting towards the top side of Rave Cave. So you see a lot of action going down there. Shots onto Fire God, who will be knocked. So Reflex will look to get that confirmed now. This off-spawn fight not go their way, at least here in game number 1. As they continue their rampage to clear this POI and lock it down here in game number 1.
I think that was the first time I've ever seen the slide kick boost thing.
Mm.
I've never seen that happen in game before. That might have been the first time I've ever seen it.
You know, in Zero Build, it's actually very interesting, especially for hotly contested POIs. Recently, I've been landing more towards the Chrome Crossroads POI with that tilted building being a flat roof. So a lot of players try and land on the weapons up top. And if a player is going to get the weapon before you and you're just behind them, maybe a little bit above them, you can easily slide kick them off the roof and it's bye-bye. You just say goodbye. You get the initial knock there, no problems there. And you turn the tides. You might not have a weapon, but you do have the numbers advantage from then on.
Yeah, hey, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's going to be very exciting. And I'm pretty sure the 2 teams we just had fighting at Rave Cave was the first place team and the third place team.
Ooh.
So that could be pretty exciting as the leaderboard tries to switch up. But a solo did, for a little bit at least, get away. So that could be a little different to see how they play that out. As I think you actually still see that solo hiding in Rave Cave right now. If I had to guess, they're just found a nice little corner and they're going to sit back, relax, and maybe try to get some reboot cards as it goes away. As you see, that solo is still up at Grim Gables, just hiding, you know, taking their time, because as you literally see on that map, there is not a single player over there. And this has to be a Ninja fan right here, because not only do they have the Ninja skin, they got the Detroit Lions back bling, which is, well, Ninja's favorite football team, even though they're doing horrible right now. But they are they are still a great team to root for, as Ninja, huge fan of them. But I always see his tweets, so they're obviously not doing the best. But he's trying to do the best for his team here, trying to clutch up some big points, maybe trying to sneak up. Oh. You gotta get out of there.
Yep, smart play here. Just had to jump back down towards the bottom of Rave Cave. I mean, there's so many spots to hide out. Just play your life a little bit here at the Rave Cave. So many good hiding spots. The player will try and dive back down on top of them. We'll have to hop back on the zip line and then immediately transfer over to the launch pad now, trying to do a little bit of a dodge, dip, dive, whatever Just Hen needs to do to get away, and they will back down here towards the ravine, this backside of the map. There is a vault, there is a rift, and there is a reboot van. If he was able to snag any of those reboot cards, you can get a reboot up here towards the top of the mountain, which is distance well enough away from these players at Rave Cave. But it's always good to see them at least make one player out off spawn now, because that gives you the option to play slow, play for the cards, play Storm even, considering the first zone or two is going to be a one tick. You can just hang out, use a med mist, whatever you got to do. Play your time, get your teammates up, and then once you have them up, just play out like nothing happened.
As it looks like, I think the first engagement that went down at Greasy Grove ended, and one team ended up getting sent back to the lobby early on. But we're going to see a little bit of some aggression start to go in with all these other players, with Jedi, Deuce, and them starting to rotate. Actually, sorry, I think that was the second and the third place team. Right? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Because Jedi Deuce is the first place team, and they're on the other side of the map.
Hey, it's always hard to keep up with these players. So many players keep an eye on as these weeks go on. Kesto over here near the middle of the map here, just coming out of Herald Sanctum, trying to identify some loot off of these saplings close by. And they will do just that. Be able to find some loot and take it out there, anything left over. But this mid-map area, we'll be able to hop back up on top of the balloons, utilize these deployable launch pads. No problems, no congestion close by. This team continuing to play their life appropriately, just looking for extra loot. Any uncontested POIs that might have some more goodies laying around they can loot up with, get some extra ammo. Make sure to scout out, because if you get caught out in the open, you get 3-2-1 by a full squad. Next thing you know, you're back to the lobby.
That is true, and ammo is definitely one of the most important things to have, especially in zero build, because once you run out of ammo, well, you pretty much have nothing else to use, because you can't obviously build to get away from players. You're just going to have to try to run, and, well, running isn't always the best option, especially in zero build, because you can't really, as you said, dodge, duck, dive, and dodge, as PSG is just trying to look around, trying to find some other players. Looks like there was a reboot that went down, and I think these players are gliding back over to Rave Cave to try and get more reboot cards. But little do they know is that squad is still at Rave Cave, and they are waiting for these players.
Seems like Just 10 was able to at least pick up one player from the team, now looking to find themselves any of the extra reboot cards. Maybe they might have expired, but regardless, they do need to make it out. Zextro fan, Emily. I am a Zextro fan as well. An OG player in the comp scene. Little shout out there, but still, this Rave Cave team, to have that teammate back with you has got to feel good. Not all the pressure's on you as a solo. Try and find some extra loot. At least have a player, some extra item slots to carry some mobility or utility items into the zone to try and play things out. Continues, needs to get back together now. There's so much passive mobility located at the Rave Cave. They should be good to go to just play out together. It's Just 10 now. Over near the blimp at Grim Gables. Looking to unlock this vault. A very solid choice here. Get all looted back up. You have to consider, I mean, there's not much else you could ask for from Just 10's loadout. I mean, already very, very set as far as gear goes.
Yeah, it has one of the best loaders you probably have in the game right now. Obviously, I would choose a hammer over his weaponry right now, but it's still a great option. He's going to be able to get a lot of loot, and the best part about this is I actually think the reboot card was collected at Rave Cave. The reboot's going to come in. However, Zextro, you got a whole trio running at you right now. You got a whole squad sprinting at you as you see the goo start to come into effect. The boulders coming into effect. The goo is all over the place. Shots are coming in left and right. The goo is packing quite the punch, and they are going to get that knock and soon to be elimination. And the chicken is getting in on the action, trying to peck away at these players, and they're going to take down that chicken, and they're going to try to find this other player who's now a solo trying to clutch up. However, he didn't get the reboot off. So this solo, which I believe we were saying was Just 10, he still has one of his teammates' reboot cards, and you see him starting to rotate. Well, Just 10 is now going to be able to reboot his teammate.
Yeah, just inside the Grim Gables, no problem there. Obviously, now you're going to be down a player, but at least 2 more will be up. 3 players in a lobby versus squads is better than a duo, so no problems there. Just 10. Good distance there, but I mean, obviously, split up. I mean, leave a teammate. Obviously, the team at Rave Cave, very aggressive, so the push wasn't exactly anticipated, but Just 10 handled the pressure appropriately. They're distancing themselves from the teammate who was trying to play as a solo or look for that reboot. And now the clutch play to pick up at least one of the teammates, maybe even 2, just to play this game out, loop back up, considering the Grim Gable seems relatively uncontested, but it seems like only 1 reboot card was collected.
Yes, now he only has 1 teammate. However, you see a little bit right on the edge of zone, that squad that's been fighting these guys for quite a while is starting to move in, and I think they're going to try to hold these players in Grim Gables and not let them rotate in. As you see Watchdog, Nikolai Reflex, and DJ Quacker start to go up on top of this hot air balloon, and they're just going to look around for these other players trying to rotate in, and I think they're going to spot them pretty soon as we're going to see them get right on top of the hot air balloon and start to look around, try to figure out where they are, as there also is pretty much, there's only 4 teams left, and both of the teams are about to be fighting.
Things are going to start to unwind, to heat up really quickly here. Watchdog hanging out on top of the balloon, like you mentioned. Nikolai, 1 shot, rocking that goo gun as well. The trees are following. The lumber starts to roll. This team is hanging out, doing a great job here playing their space and their distance. Maybe identifying this solo down near the water, just swimming. DJ seems to know, or at least have the intuition that a player is deeper in the zone. Maybe heard the reboot come off just earlier on, just trying to scout, see if any players close by. And it seems like that solo will actually be able to slip away. The DJ now in arguably the best position within the zone. On top of this balloon, great spot to be. Just has to be careful, because these balloons are known for having a few bugs. You can get taken out to fall damage if players try and double dip on top of this balloon at the same time. It could end up falling. The DJ Quacker now running things a little bit close to the edge, a little bit closer than I'd like to be to the edge of the balloon. Just knowing that you could easily fall to your elimination. You need to be careful.
It's a trio now, so they got another reboot off from the looks of it, because there's 3 players now up and moving.
Oh, wow.
And one thing we got to note, this is a top 3 scenario, and, well, the 3 teams that are alive, well, guess what? First, second, and third on the overall leaderboard.
Hey.
So these players are, has proven why they're up there, as they are super consistent so far. We're going to start to see these keys start to get traded in. We get a better look at the loot that these players are going to be able to get as Rise. Maybe should have tried to get some keys, as you don't have the same loot as your teammate does, but you're still going to be able to rotate right in. As now we're going to switch over to Jedi Deuce, the team in first place heading into today, as they are in a beautiful position with 5 eliminations to their name. A nice little taxi cab, doing some off-roading, heading into a better spot in the zone. And now we're just going to see them say, hey, let's just flip the car real quick, get back in, and maybe try to get some good positioning, try to find wherever in the world these other 2 teams are.
Yeah, I mean, found some success early on by getting aggressive. Those early eliminations got to feel good. In game number 1, especially, that it will identify the team just gliding through over near Tilted Towers. And if you're going into this game in first place, just looking to hold down your spot on that leaderboard. And with the eliminations already on the board, you have to imagine they won't have much contention here, as long as they can at least secure a top 2 with those big rolling placement points. Jedi Deuce take at least a sniper shot to the side, maybe an AR tag here or there, but nothing crazy. Playing the distance really well here, but Reflex trying to LOS or line of sight this boulder from any enemies close by, but still another full team here, which is really the only contention for first place, considering how strong these 2 squads are in first and second place. The full teams, I mean, I have to imagine the VR's got to go to one of them.
Oh, 100%. As you got 2 squads. I mean, honestly, this is anyone's game. We got a 4v4v3. Can't really count anyone out here, as you were saying.
This is true.
So it's going to come down to positioning, and some of these players have some great positioning, and some of these players maybe got to make up some ground to get that positioning. As we're going to see these players start to drive on in the zone. Maybe you got to pick up your teammates on your way in, because you got some players waiting on the other side of the zone, maybe trying to find these other 2. Yep, there they are. You see, this is just a very spread out zone. We're going to probably see these 2, the squad on the bottom right, slowly make their way over to Gunga Din and co, as the rest of that squad is trying to clutch up some big points. There may be some more eliminations and a victory royale of 3 teams left, 11 players alive. The shots are going to get traded, and it's all going to come down to pretty much who gets fried first, who gets knocked first, and then we're going to see full out aggression.
Looking for that entry frag, for everything to start to go down, because the zone is closing. The storm is inevitable, and these players are running out of space. DJ, down here on the low ground, needs to make their way towards the top of this tilted hill. A long rotation around, or at least has to invest that shockwave. Just waiting to see what the rest of the lobby does here. I like the slow play from these teams, considering the 2 full squads are the ones that are actually going to be on this tilted side of the lake, while that trio is located on the opposite side. So actually played very well here from this trio to kind of position themselves on this opposite side of the river. Just hoping that these squads start to go back and forth so they can start fighting before they get involved. You see them pressuring them to maybe make the other team start to try and maybe gang up on one of the others, whatever it might be, but they just want to make sure that the squad fights before they get involved.
What shots by the goo gun, by the way. Pretty much sending it across the river to blow up that nice little RV. And all of a sudden, that team across the river is going to have to try to slowly cross it. However, no matter where they cross, they're going to be getting into a hefty engagement. Now it's just going to come down to who gets knocked first, who fights who first. And if we can get a fry, as Keshta's just chilling in the bush, trying to get an angle on these players, but can't quite find it. He has the chilly effect. He's just waiting, looking there, trying to figure out what are we going to do? How are we going to get an elimination and get this victory royale?
Nothing crazy yet. No one wants to commit to the engagement as Gunga hanging out here in the chromified form, just rolling out, looking for the opportune moment to commit to this engagement. As you start to see it, now is the moment. The initial knock is there, so now these players are going to start to get involved, but it looks like it's going to be the trio that starts this. Keshto on low HP as one is already knocked, and now Keshto is knocked. In zone, back and forth, AR fire. Gunga again trying to roll out in the chromified form to make something happen now because it's just a duo. 2 players now eliminated, full squad up on the high ground. The trio that we saw just earlier on is now also at the numbers disadvantage on low HP as Jedi Deuce. No mobility, only minis and a med kit, so will not be able to make it back up to full HP.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice having no mobility here. As you're going to see these players just start to drop on Jedi Deuce and their trio, but the shots are going to come in. Deuce is going to get one knock, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3, but the health is in the other team's advantage. Jedi Deuce doesn't know there's a player right next to him. The shots are going to get traded. There's going to be shots left and right, and they both get knocked. Now all of a sudden it's a 2v2.
2v2 scenario, like I mentioned. Colonel up on the high ground here, using this porta bunker to rain down fire from above. A 1v2. Another player within the lobby now, possibly a res, at least not now, Gunga. So a 1v2 on these players that are still up and trying to dish out damage. The Colonel has 2 shockwaves, the ability to shock up or shock the player into zone, and just using and abusing this mythic hammer AR, but the shockwaves in return sent them into the zone, so we'll have to use one to relocate down here into the bush. The only natural cover now within the zone, but still aggressive shockwave plays to position this player out in the open. Needs to make it to the tree to try and make something happen. A little bit of time to pop the med mist for a little bit of damage, but still, really, realistically, Colonel needs to hit headshot sight to make something happen.
The shots are coming in. These players are just playing ring around the rosy with this tree, trying to take it out. The tree's going to get destroyed. Kaladi is one shot, and that is going to be Nikolai getting the elimination and the victory royale for a 7 elimination victory royale. A huge game from them, clutching up big time as a squad, getting the eliminations, getting the victory royale, and a great start to this week.
100%. And all these players of the Central region seems like they came to perform, really playing for those placement points, trying to make sure that everything counts. None of them really wanted to commit to an engagement, regardless of the fact that you're going to get some points for eliminations. They wanted that top 2. They know that it's going to be bigger point gains if they can secure a top 2 rather than a top 3, just because it seems like those top 3 teams really know how to play for end game, and they're all going to make sure they make it towards those later zones. I mean, generally, you don't see the games go that late just because all the players generally get aggressive, but not here on Central.
No, not at all in these games. Remember, we got 2 more left for Central, and it's going to be super fun to see how those games go down because, I mean, that first game set the expectations high. The stalemate was there, the standoff was there, and the victory royale ended up coming in big.
100%. But as you said, we have 2 more games here on the Central region, but we have to get everyone queued up behind the scenes. So do not go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, but we will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 4. And I say Eastern, I mean Central. We are here for Central. Game number 2 will be coming here in just a moment. And Venman, I have to say, game number 1 actually surprised me. And I have to say, pleasantly surprised me. I expected to see a lot of aggressive plays like we saw some early on East, especially early on, but Central actually went the other way. A very placement heavy, I would say, a very placement focused region from what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I think a big reason that what contributed to that is the fact that there are only 6 to 7 teams playing. So these placement points, every single placement point you could get is huge. Every single placement, say you go from third to second, that's a lot of points that you're going to be moving up. So a lot of these teams are saying, hey, let's play it slow. Let's keep our squad alive. Let's get that victory royale. We only got to outlast like 5 other teams. It can't be that hard. So that's what I think the strategy for a lot of these central players is, and a lot of these central teams is just sit back, relax, shoot from afar, and hope we get a nice victory royale.
Doesn't take a lot. You just got to make sure you can lock in for that end game because it is serious. You saw it there in the last game. The goo gun really came into play. We're going to drop on into game number 2 here on the Central region. Onto the island we go once again. These players are looking to switch up their drop spots. It seems like still that solo landing at Grim Gables. Brave Cave this time around uncontested. Speaking of being uncontested, there is absolutely not a soul landing at Chrome Crossroads. 2 double key vaults. I mean, there is so
Right.
much loot just sitting there untouched for all these players.
You also got to think there's only one team left of Tilted. That
Yeah.
whole left side of the map, and for some reason we got 3 teams landing in the whole bottom right of the map, which is really interesting. You know, it's not that spread out. I was expecting maybe around now teams just saying, hey, there's these other parts of the map where no one's landing. Like literally, like you could cut off the whole bottom left part of the map, and there's just no one's landing there. No one's gonna go there, and all these
Yeah.
players are going bottom right side of the map, just the complete south, and trying to see if it'll work. However, this could lead to some aggression and could lead to you getting into an early engagement that you may not want to get into.
No, 100%. Patience is the name of the game, though, really. Like, if you try to look at where these players are all spaced out, if they take their time and really loot their POI, they shouldn't have much of an issue, especially when you're landing somewhere like Cloudy Condos. I mean, there is so much loot. I guarantee you, no matter how long this squad hangs out here and loots, there's still going to be loot left over. I mean, more than enough for this team, more enough for another team, not to mention a vault close by. They just need to make sure they can find some keys, rotate out, grab those high tier weapons, make sure they have plenty of utility to carry them through this late game. Because still, I'm not liking the amount of utility I'm seeing these squads carry. I mean, it's a squad game mode. There's so many slots for them to have across their whole team. They can carry so much to guarantee a VR. If you think about it, if every person on one of these squads is carrying a bunker, I would say they almost guarantee at least the top 2. Unless a player like really makes a mistake, it's almost completely guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean that type of portable movement in this, especially in zero build, is huge. Like you were saying, it's pretty much a guaranteed. If you carry a lot of them, it's a guaranteed top 3, top 2, maybe even a victory royale. It's gonna come down to the loot pool, being able to play your positioning right. Because yes, these are gonna be very helpful items, but if you just get put in the wrong positioning, and well, there could be 5 other teams all staring at you, making sure that you don't really do much. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how they play that out. Who carries what items? Shield bubbles back in the game as well. That could be thrown down. That could be used as Fire God is having an intense battle with the wolf, but is going to be able to eliminate that wolf. And now we're going to see these players just fully loot Chonkers Speedway and rotate out of there.
So much loot to go around. You see so many players, especially in solos. I noticed this a lot. Is they're carrying 6 chugs, 6 to 12 chugs across the team almost every time. Not to mention you have uncontested Chonkers Speedway. I mean, there is so much healing items sitting around. I mean, you're looking at the possibility of picking up so many different coolers that can give you floppers, can give you chug splashes, so many healing items that are just so versatile. I mean, they allow you to mobily heal up to full HP. Carry 6 of them, just run, heal up as you rotate, just like you would a med mist. Not to mention it's healing your shield and your white HP.
I think my favorite thing about Chonker Speedway is it's such a good POI that I'm pretty sure besides maybe Rocky, it is the only POI, and of course, that and Rocky are the only POIs that just haven't changed. Every other POI has changed throughout the season, has changed throughout the chapter. While Yonkers Speedway is so good and so many players love it that they could just keep it the same and no one complains because well, everyone loves Yonkers Speedway. It has great loot, it has great, decent materials, great materials, but it's just a great POI overall.
Oh, 100%. I mean, so much loot going around, but as the devs mentioned, everything will be
That is
Chrome.
true.
You need to be ready. It's coming. It's not next week, it's the week after that. The whole island will be Chrome eventually. And Just 10 seems to be adapting well. Carrying that goo gun this time around for this most recent update. Just rotating towards that center zone, that optimal position to look over teams close by, possibly even the Chonkers team, which is now making their own rotations out. Maybe noticing a little bit of movement there near Cloudy, adjusting towards that center zone. But now the players adjusted up above, needs to be mindful of other players close by.
Yeah, you always got to be mindful for these types of scenarios where these players could be right near you or, sneaking up on you. You got to be ready for everything. As it looks like everyone's just opting to not really play aggressive. As you said, it was bound to happen. Not, especially in this type of game with only 6 teams up. Every placement point counts. So all that it's going to matter is just, hey, how long can we survive before we have to take an engagement if we don't want to take one?
No, 100%. I mean, how much time can you survive? How much loot can you get your hands on? Because when it comes down to these mid-game fights, that's the time to utility dump. You have to not hesitate to use your utility when you take those mid-game fights, because if you make it out of those, you have the rest of the game ahead of you to make up that lost ground. But if you go down because you didn't use a launch pad, because you didn't use a bunker, you didn't use grenades, you didn't use something, it's all gone. You don't have another chance. So make sure that you use your utility in these mid-game fights and then use the rest of the game to make up lost ground. Because this team so far has so much utility go around. Shockwaves, they have cars, they have the chrome splashes, they have so much to take any opposition coming their way. They can't be afraid to do it, and they'll be good to go.
Yeah, no, you said that perfectly. These players just gonna start to just drive on into zone, on wow, on wolves or on cars, just riding on in, trying to say, hey, what is the best way for us to rotate into the zone? As you see on the map, there's not a single player anywhere near them. They're just gonna get a nice little rotate in as that wolf is saying, hey man, I need a little bit of a breather here.
I mean, what else are they for, right? They're best friends. I mean, come on now. they've got their whiplash. Keshto's got their wolf. I mean, and so far from what I'm seeing, Keshto seems to be outrunning the teammates within the whiplash. So, I mean, who's really the mobility expert here? I mean, Keshto, obviously.
Yeah, 100%. Wolf over car every day. Everyone says horsepower. No, it's wolf power now. As Lego Sky is starting to get right into sleepy. However, Lego, you got a whole squad here. You may not want to be driving right on in here as the shots are going to start to come in. But Lego Sky is saying, I don't care. I'm just going to drive this car around in circles and hope you don't shoot me.
Interesting strategy. Not one we see a lot, but it seems to be working so far. Lego Sky being that solo that we saw earlier on in game number 1, landing uncontested. Grim Gables once again landing there, but this time around does not seem to know what to do, how to handle the opposition. The goo gun will come out, but at the floor beneath them. But now the utility dump we talked about, throwing those shield bubbles to try and distance themselves, but now running out, needs to find some natural cover or put some shots down target. But the grapple gloves will come out, trying to use that Cobra DMR, but Trenna will deny that, picking up that initial elimination early on in the match. It's got to feel good now, is that solo is going to fall early on this time around.
Yeah, getting the first elimination of the game. Can't complain about that. Interesting strategy by Lego Sky there to just drive at a full squad and hope for the best. But hey, they got a strategy. Maybe it'll work out for them eventually. As Noah, Deucer, Ghost Rider, and Nick are just gliding right into Herald Sanctum. However, you got a squad right in front of you. And who else is that but Jedi Deuce? And I think Noah's now realizing, hey, I gotta get out of here. This is a full squad near me. I have nowhere else to go. I am just going to glide right on in, get back to my teammates. We're all going to hit this launch pad, and we're just going to get out of here, get as far away from this squad as possible, because there is just no reason for us to take this fight at all.
Good decision here. The whole other squad within that Herald Sanctum. Noah disengaging. Good move. Still has that Chrome NATO if they need to make that further rotation. Just a little bit of a move to the south. The adjacent one near the gas station. Not to mention the redeploy balloons. But Doozer, Noah, Max Ghost Riser now trying to take a little bit of an aim battle with this team close by. Nothing crazy. I say that just as the team will fire back now. Doozer on 20 HP. Max Ghost Rider needs to pick up the slack. His teammate now tries to find a bush to heal back up. Good job there, but the teammate will not be able to handle the pressure. Will be knocked out into the bush. Another knock to follow. A 2v4 now onto these players. The finish is inbound. You have to imagine Noah and Max need to stay up on the high ground and pressure down, or they need to rotate out and rotate out quickly. And Noah is quick to make that decision to rotate back towards Shimmering and possibly a redeploy balloon. But all they know for sure is they need to get as far away from this squad as possible.
Yeah, that's going to be the game plan for them here, is just to pretty much glide away and then chrome away and say, hey, we don't need to fight this. You know, let's just get out of here. Maybe come back a little bit later for the reboot cards, but there's no reason for us to fight a whole squad, especially after what they just did to our teammates. Let's just get out of here, you know, let's skedaddle. Let's get some more loot. Let's heal up a little bit. As you can see, that there's a keg is going to get thrown down. As you see, these teams are starting to move a little bit closer together, but you remember, there's a lot of movement, so these teams can get really close, and then all of a sudden they'll be very far away. As shots are starting to come in.
Shots will be traded. Full squad now fully involved once again, and that being Josman, low HP, but he has the AI to follow through. Fish Sticks is here to help, because you have to remember, within the squad game modes, if you do hire an AI such like Fish Sticks, they can res you, but Gunga will deny that. Now trying pressuring down onto this player who's using anything and everything they possibly can to get away, but Revel will go down. That'll make that the second player on the squad that they will be eliminated as Gunga continues their warpath through this lobby.
Yeah, they are just going on an absolute rampage right now. 4 eliminations to their name. They have 4 out of the 5 eliminations. 4 out of the 5 players that have been eliminated from this game are because of, well, them. As they're starting to get some more shots in on some players off in the distance. You see Zextro fan off in the distance, as well as Just 10. The engagements are coming in from a distance, which, you know, means that these players might play a little bit slower. But knowing Khalidi, Jedi Juice, Keshno, and Gunga, they are going to try to get right in, and they are trying to coming up with the chrome splashes, trying to get an angle on at least one of them. They're going to find that first player to jump on. However, you have a whole squad above you. You got to get out of there as the impulses are starting to come in. The shockwaves, these players are running away. And now Gunga is going to get shot, but Khalidi is going to say, hey, I'm getting right back in this. The shots are getting traded. Big damage getting down, but he's going to get knocked. Now it's up to Keshno and Jedi to try to clutch up.
Keshno and Jedi, a big team, some big names within the space to try and make this clutch possible, but you see it there. The goo gun now laying down fire, breaking the bunker, so Keshno has to throw another. Still, the goo gun once again reloaded and refired in their direction, so Keshno just has to bail, get away from this team. The revive is not going to be possible, but Jedi Deuce now taking a 1v1 on the high ground, trying to do something big. We talked about how many chug splashes can be carried, and Jedi Deuce decides, I'm carrying a whole inventory full. Forget the AR, I'm carrying the lever and as many heals as possible to buy some time for the teammate, as Gunga is now res, but they're only behind one singular wall. And again, the goo gun pressuring down Gunga on low HP as the chrome splashes are deployed and the rotation has to come through.
So many splashes. I mean, that's just an insane amount of splashes. He's trying to heal Gunga. Gunga, though, is just not ready for it. Trying to run away from his own team and trying to heal him. Little do you know, you're running right at that Assassin Chick, and Assassin Chick right in front of you. You don't want to get too close because that could be some engagement going down, and the shots are coming in. Assassin Chick gets cracked, and they are going to get eliminated. So we have 13 players left. Keshno and Gunga going on a pretty great game here. 8 eliminations to their name with 13 players left. They're having a great start to this game.
A great clutch there from Keshno to be able to get the player back up. Might have lost one teammate, but still a very solid recovery there to pick up a couple of eliminations, but now needs to focus on positioning because the next zone is going to pop and almost no players are within it. This leaves Height and Alpha positioning in a vulnerable position. And for a player like Kesto that is now only in a trio, taking this position early on is going to be their best option.
Yeah, it looks like the shots are just starting to come in, but not a lot are connecting. You got to get ahead of the zone here, because if you don't, it could pay the price, and you can get pretty focused. There's a lot of players left, and if you're gliding up in the air, as you see Kesto getting the idea right, Kesto's going in, telling their teammates, hey, we got to get the zone. Let's hit this pad and glide right on in, as the other squads are actually getting in an engagement, as it looks like we may have some third party start to come in from a distance, as Jedi Deuce and them are saying, hey, where can we jump on a player here? As Kesto, Quack, and everyone waiting for the moment to strike, but Quack is gonna get sniped from the side. Oh my gosh, that is gonna actually be Gunga getting the snipe, getting a huge elimination. Now the shots are coming in, and Reflex, Nikolai, and Wolfie come out of nowhere, and they get the eliminations. Now they have 4. Reflex and Nikolai are trying to clutch up as a duo here.
And Reflex doing a good job there of distancing themselves to use this Chrome NATO. Nikolai now knocked. So Reflex as a solo gets into the top 3. So very solid placement performance there, but now has no numbers advantage. No teammates and no help. The only success of the team is going to ride on Reflex's back. We'll find a redeploy launch pad just there. So making their own rotation, but now at the mercy of this duo just in front of them. Just Hen trying to look for some shots with that shotgun, as Reflex is struggling to make it up towards the top of the mountain. But that Evo Chrome shotgun, that epic variant, is dishing out so much damage. Still in an awkward state here along these kind of fields, these layered crops. Reflex just utilizing this hill to try and line of sight as much as possible. You see that launch pad coming out to make their own rotation, but the squad is already set up in zone.
Yeah, it looks like Rise is going to go down, so it's a 4v1v1. It's just going to come down to which
wow.
solo can survive the longest, and the shots are coming on the Reflex. Reflex is dodging left and right. Now this whole squad is focused on Reflex, and that other solo is just going to be able to sit back and storm and take their time and say, hey, this is going to be a nice and easy second place for me, as the shots are coming in. Keshto's missing. One knock's going to come down. Reflex is going to get shot from behind. They're going to get that elimination, as now Keshto and their squad have 13 eliminations, getting the revive of a 4v1 scenario is about to go down.
Do you believe? Do you believe, Venman? Is it possible? The 4v1. Just Hen, a very solid player, a very good solo player to even make it to this point. The top 2 has already been secured, but the launch pad has come out. The players begin their assault, utilizing the goo gun to try and do something or anything for that team, but it's just not going to be possible. Colonel, Jedi Deuce, Kesto, and Gunga pick up the victory royale here on the Central region in game number 2.
14 elimination victory royale. You cannot complain about that for their second game of the night. That is a huge game from them. But of course, the solo clutches were there as well. Multiple solos in a 4v1v1. You can't forget about those, because those are some big clutches and some huge points for their team.
Oh, no, absolutely. Anything counts on the global leaderboard. The big clutches there as solos. Interesting to see. That time around, seems like a lot of the players within this lobby really trying to kind of pick up more elimination points rather than focusing for placement. But still, a very solid ending to a solid game. But Venman, we have one more game here on the Central region, but we have to get everyone in queue, get them all ready to go. So we're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be right back. So do not go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fall 2022 Central Fortnite Week 4 competition. In Venom, we are here for the last game on the Central region, and I have to say, so far, Central has really delivered. I feel like we say this for every region, but I'm pleasantly surprised every game that we watch. Game number 1, we saw a very placement-heavy focus kind of attitude for this whole lobby, but then game number 2, we saw a little bit of a switch up. We saw players try and get more aggressive. We saw a lot of players play kind of scuffed, with maybe a couple players down.
Mhm.
Still, very solid showing from everyone across the board.
Yeah, no, that's what we're gonna see on Central. These guys, they like to switch it up left and right. These players, they like to play aggressive. They like to, they like to play maybe sometimes passive. They like to I kind of feel like they flip a coin every game. They said, "What are we gonna do this game? Let's switch it up. Let's keep everyone on their toes." And they're doing just that. And we're having a great time watching them because every single game, especially when it gets to late in the game, is just nonstop action, action, action. Yes, the first little part is a little slow, but the last part makes up for it huge just because it is literally just back to back to back fights. Everyone is all right next to each other, third partying, trying to stay alive as a solo, clutches left and right, and it's just extravagant is the word that I am using to describe Central Fortnite.
I like that. It's a very solid choice in wording. It's good. Extravagant. It sounds fancy. It's good. I'm a big fan. But still, we do have one more game on Central. Before we move over to the West, check out what they've got over there for action to close out the night. I know I got my eyes on some players for not only the last game here, my eyes on some players over on the West. See how they're going to perform. Because I have to say, week number 4 has definitely showed out. A lot of interesting plays here and a lot of new upcomers. I like to say it seems like a lot of these teams are starting to put in the work during the offseason, especially since we're looking at the map and the way this chapter is shaping up to be, or at least this season, it's ever changing. A lot of these players have to kind of flex that whole adjustment bone in their body and really start to adapt as things change on the island.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying it perfectly. You're explaining it great. I mean, that's just what it's going to come down to is adaptation, being able to adapt to the map, being able to every single week say, hey, this BOI change that we landed at, so now we have to think of a whole new game plan. Maybe we got a new floating building at our BOI. Guess what? Well, that's great. Or maybe the main building at our point of interest just floated away and now it's gone and now we got to land somewhere else. Like Fortnite Competitive said in their tweet, keep practicing multiple drop spots because you never know what next week has in store for you because every single week it's just non-stop action. It's just map changing left and right. It is just super fun and just keeps you on your toes. It's thrilling.
It really is. There's so much for the game to offer, and who knows what is going to be going on the island next week as we get into game number 3. A lot of players here hot dropping near cloudy condos this time around, or at least splitting towards Fort Jonesy's. But I'm expecting a lot of action here in game number 3 on the Central.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little interesting to see as we looks like we have a solo getting cloudy condos uncon. We got one team going Fort Jonesy, we got another team going Shankar Speedway, and then we got Greasy, we got Rave Cave, and it looks like we got Logjam slash Gables at the top of the map is where everyone's going to be landing today. And it's going to be interesting to see how these teams duke it out, see where they all come together, and see where this zone pulls. Hey, we're in store for a thriller here as players are now landing, starting to loot up and get ready. You know what I kind of would like to see? I would like to see in the future them to take out, maybe remove the oh my gosh, I'm blanking. The trees.
Ah.
The plants that give you the
Oh, the
mythic item every
saplings, the
game.
saplings, the saplings.
Yes, the saplings. Because a lot of these players are starting off with mythic weaponry, and every single game they're getting it. So maybe if that's gone, it could switch up the whole scene. And all of a sudden, you won't have a mythic hammer every single game.
Definitely something to rely on game to game, match to match, knowing that it's there. Regardless of what your RNG is for the rest of the loot at your POI, you're going to have that mythic hammer or mythic prime shotgun, whatever it might be, depending on the biome that you choose to plant your sapling in. You still have that crazy strong weapon to hold you up. Your team continues through the rest of this lobby. It'll definitely shake things up if it is to disappear. A lot of these players do rely on it, but for now, it is here to stay. Been around for a little while now. seems like some of these players might not have one set up. Jedi Deuce being one of them. Granted, has a very solid loadout. No mythic item in inventory currently.
Yeah, no, you said that perfectly. No mythic item, but hey, of how much great loot is in these vaults are on the map. Mythic, yeah, you don't have a mythic weaponry, but you could have legendary, you could have epic, and that kind of makes up for it. If you have multiple weapon, if you have multiple epic or multiple legendary, hey, yeah, there's a little bit of a difference, but in the end, if you hit your shots and you hit them hard, it don't matter what gun you have because you are going to do a lot of damage in time and get some eliminations. As you see, these players are still on different parts of the map, rotating around, trying to get the best loot before they go anywhere near another player.
Rotating through. Emily, a very good loadout, I have to say. Granted, missing a shotgun. Usually, I'd like to see a shotgun being run in inventory, but still a lot of utility. Talked about how a lot of these teams like to prioritize utility a little bit more as we move throughout the night. Maybe not to this extent. I mean, this is a lot of utility. The grapple glove, especially when we're looking at squad game modes, it's not the most useful item. Granted, when you're playing as a solo or your teammates go down, the grapple becomes very useful. But in squads, really would rather see a bunker, some shockwave, something of that sort that you could use as a team.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly. Sometimes these solo items may not be the best especially for a squad format game. The bunkers are always good. The shields are always good. There's just so many different items you can use. And yeah, of course, can't go wrong with a solo movement item, but you got to think of your team in these game modes. You can't always just rely on playing as a solo because it may not end up working out for you. It's just 10 is going to rotate right over to the floating pirate ship, as we're going to see Zexro fan Emmy get an elimination potentially on a llama. The shots are coming in. This llama is taking quite the punch right here. This is a lot of bullets going in, but that llama is going to get eliminated. And we're going to get some great heals and some great movement out of that.
Not a lot of shots going in. Well, sorry, a lot of shots going in, not a lot of loot coming out.
Yeah.
Was able to finally get it there. Very big chunk of ammo there for this team. Any extra heals they might need to fill in gaps in their team's loadout. They'll be set up. Very solid arsenal here, especially within this team. Noah and Doozer. Max. Set up very well here. Again, rocking this goo gun. Just rotate through. And a little tip to a lot of these teams, a little bit of info out there, but we'll say this: if you set yourself up 100 meters away from your target, mark them, make sure you're 100 meters out. You look 100% of the way up your beacon, and you fire your goo gun. It'll land perfectly on top of your enemies, whether it's above or below you, every single time, similar to the way you would do a 65-meter nade. Did you know that, Meme? You know that?
I did not know that. You got the strats. Really makes up for that keg strat you thought you had.
Alrighty. Everyone makes mistakes. All right. You smack a keg, it doesn't exactly heal you faster. All right. But I spent 3 hours in creative last night to figure that out. So
Nick and Nader starting to rotate in. Mr. Nader is whoa, we might have a little bit of an engagement going on
in a minute
on the boat. These players are just slowly crouching around, trying to see where they can get the first shot on each other. But the goo gun can come into big play here, as Noah's going to get hit hard. Penn, he's hitting some big shots on Noah. They're trading shots left and right. Ace now jumps in. Ace and Dozer are trading shots. Ace is going to get the knock on Dozer. It's now a 2v4 as Ghost Rider and Nick and Nate are trying to clutch up, but the goo gun is going to start to get some big shots in. Ghost Rider is just going to jump in there. May not have been the play, as now Nick and Nate is trying to clutch up as a solo. The shots are coming in, and that is going to be a nice, quick, easy squad wipe for Just Hen, Ace, and Emily.
Played perfectly there, regardless of the other team trying to dish out some of that goo gun damage. Still played as a team, able to kind of compile their shots and their DPS at one player at a time to be able to clean them up. You don't choose one as a squad to kind of focus on, you'll end up not doing enough damage to take any of them out, because regardless, when it comes down to it, unless you're taking a player out, they're still dishing out the same amount of DPS, and you will end up losing the fight. You're not able to take one down. As Rise eliminated, just 10, Ace, and Zexro, and Emily still in a good position here to rotate through and get the reboot off. So go ahead and go back over towards the Flutter Barn. Do the reboot, just like we mentioned. for any extra loot that might be left behind here. In a good spot, just on this edge side of zone, kind of gatekeeping to make sure that nobody on this side of the map is going to be able to make it in zone.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the squad's going to do. They're going to pretty much run around the map, try to hunt down any players they want to eliminate, as now Trustan has a tough decision. Minis or Goo Gun. Looks like they're going to go minis over Goo Gun here. Now they're going to start to just rotate into the zone. As you see, that one singular solo is the only player in the zone right now, as everyone else has to rotate towards him. But looks like a lot of these players don't have to go that far because it's kind of a middle zone type of zone. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys rotate. You know, Reflex, Wolfie, Nikolai, Quacker. We got some other players just around the bend of the river, as we're going to be seeing how these players rotate into the zone and see if some engagements go down. It looks like there's going to be a squad. These guys are going to actually get pinched between two squads here.
Two squads getting involved. Another team outside of Chrome, close by. They hear the shots or see them on visual audio. They could opt to get involved. The DJ and Reflex now. The Goo Gun being sent their direction, trying to use the building to try and hide behind, but the team is now closing the distance. Overshield is cracked, so DJ and Reflex trying to rotate out. One already located in the tilted building, so in a good spot now, but needs to be careful to make sure that none of them get picked off because there are so many teams closing another position. They would have ended up being in the middle of two different squads, but the rotate out was the perfect play at the perfect time.
Yeah, talk about perfection right there. Being able to just glide right on out of there, finding the launch pad that they placed before. Now they're going to be able to stand on top of the year, try to get some big shots off on players. There's one thing I got to note about Central. We haven't seen it on East yet. We didn't see it on East. We may not even see it on West. The NPCs being bought and hired is a commodity here. It's happening with a lot of these teams getting an NPC, being able to get that, like you said, that revive if you go down. That could be huge because say you just have one player alive and the NPC and like another player, you're going to be able to double res, which would pretty much half the time. As you see, you got some more players here. It's just NPCs are all over the map right now.
A lot of options to make some big brain plays. But Revel unlocking the vault, grabbing any extra loot left behind. They will have the AI there. You even buy a rift from that AI if you get your hands on enough gold. But just go ahead and rotate out. Another team close by, but has the redeployed balloons if they opt to use those. Still taking some fire from the teams over at the Tilted Towers building of Chromie Crossroads. No problems, though. No need to fray. They're just going to chill, make their own rotations into the zone. No significant damage onto any players on this squad, but another team making their own movements on this backside of zone as Revel starts to eye up the AI at the top of the tower. Other teams rotating around close by. Still nothing worth committing to here is just try and play their distance.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be for a little bit of some time, is these players just rotating slowly, trying to figure out what they want to do when it comes to this end game, making sure they don't fall, make sure they have a squad at the end, which is a good strategy. Just trying to rotate into zone. You see a few players off in the distance. That solo is right nearby. It's going to be interesting to see how these players decide on how they want to play this, which blimps are going to be in play, because you see the hot air balloons is one or two in zone. So if any of these players want to get height, that's a great time now, because it doesn't look like anyone's up there yet.
No one's up there yet, indeed. Another tip, you throw a bunker off the front of the zip line, just out the entrance of the vault. The tires located on the outside edge of the bunker will actually keep any player from being able to use the zip line up to the vault. They can't actually get up to you unless they use a shockwave.
As they're just gonna glide right on up, glide right back down, and right on top. Oh, no, never mind. We're gonna miss the hot air balloon, go right back down to the ground. Maybe they just decided, hey, that's not the game plan. It looks like we have an engagement going on over at Harold's Sanctum. As these players are in the Chrome NATO right now, staring at each other, figuring out what each of these players are going to do. Looks like they're just going to glide on out of there and say, hey, this isn't worth the engagement. But it looks like this squad of Wolfie, Reflex, and Quackers are just going the opposite way of Storm, saying, hey, we don't need to go to zone. We can go straight into the Storm and we'll still be fine.
Don't want any of the smoke. A lot of shots sent their way, but not a lot of damage dealt. Go ahead and use the other Chrome NATO or any of these Chrome splashes to make their own path into this zone. I like this Reflex going this dead side of zone, going around and then left. secure this other side of the zone, because generally in a lobby, in a competitive lobby, you'd see this kind of backside of Heralds being this dead side of zone. But because this lobby isn't as stacked, the players have a little bit more time and space to locate centrally. So really, you just have to try and elevate yourself and look for openings or gaps where there isn't really action going on. And they did a great job there of repositioning towards this left side.
Yeah, beautiful dead side rotate, being able to get away from that other squad and then rotate on into zone nice and easily, setting them up for a good end game as Lego Sky, the solo that's been running it up all night, still live here, sitting in a car. However, I don't know if that might be the best play, because if you're in that driver's seat, there you
There
go. I
we
was about
go.
to say, oh,
Uh-oh.
oh, yeah, there, oh,
Yep.
oh. May not have been the best decision. Lego Sky trying to get out of there. The shots are coming in. Lego, you got to get moving, man. You got to get moving. Don't drive at him. And now he's going to get eliminated. But, hey, a valiant effort. You know, queuing up as a solo takes a lot of nerve. Saying, hey, I'm a solo and I'm going to go up against all these squads. So respect to Lego Sky, you know, for not backing down.
Not backing down, indeed. And respect to him for securing the top 5. Still a lot of placement points there, as a lot of damage is starting to be sent to this team's way from the team on top of the vault. And the Wolf starts to get involved. So the bailout shockwave needs to be deployed, as Revel will pick up 1, as this team took a little bit of damage there. We'll heal back up. They have so much extra loot located within the vault. Shield bubbles, goo guns. They can do whatever they want to pressure the rest of this lobby, knowing they have a refresh waiting for them. Not to mention, the rest of the lobby's also starting to get into engagements, so they're really, really set up well.
This could be huge as the shots are coming in, because remember, these knocks are going to turn into elimination soon, and this count is going to slowly tick down, soon to be quickly tick down, as you see a player starting to glide in the air, trying to get out of there. That's going to be Reflex. It's actually going to be a 4v4v1 here, as the shots are starting to come in. They don't see it. Look at the sprays with the glue gun. Just getting them off in the distance, saying, hey, we got another one in the vault, so I don't even care if I run out of ammo on this one, because I can just get a new one right here. And now Reflex goes down, so now it is a 4v4 with one squad right in the smack middle of zone. And this other one, well, they're going to have to rotate in right now.
Oh. Huh? What's going on? I think the
try again.
Yeah, the balloon made a little bit of an oopsie. It's okay.
Yeah.
Try it again, run it back. No problems there. I didn't see anything.
Reeve Loves decided to land in a tree. As Keshel's going to get shot, but Assassin gets knocked from Kahad out of nowhere. Kaladi getting some big shots down, as Jedi Juice now and them are at a huge advantage. Well, look at the Goo Gun getting shots in left and right. The trades are coming in. Gunga Din getting some shots on Reeve. Just through the bush, and now all of a sudden it's a 2v4.
Gunga wants to close the distance to get involved, but the teammate will pick up that elimination. As quick as the fight began, the game is over, and Jedi Deuce and Gunga will pick up another victory royale on the night and close out the central region here from game number 3.
And not just the victory royale, not the second one, but a 9 elimination victory royale. That team is on an absolute tear tonight. 3 great games from them, and wow, this is going to be super fun. This is going to be super exciting, because you know what's coming up is West. That's my favorite region. But hey, Central, you guys did outstanding tonight. Everyone tried their hardest. Everyone even queued up as a solo. We had someone queued up as a solo, getting some huge placement points. Remember, every single point counts. So that's all I'm going to say, is you never know what could happen next week.
We do have more weeks to go and more action on this channel tonight. So if you're at home watching, we have more coming on the Western region. And as Venman said, West might be his favorite. West is sometimes called the best. We are going to have, and I will say, probably the most aggressive region to date. But before we can get to that, we are going to have to go to a quick break. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again for the last region of the fall 2022 Week 4 Stride Esports Cup in Venman. This is it, game number 1 of 3 on the Western region. Now, you said the West might be your favorite region. Why is that?
I mean, it's just filled with action, nonstop action. This is the most aggressive region that we have, and it makes sense because, of course, that team in first place, Washington Virtual Academy, they're filled with some very great players, which is
Hmm.
Merc Foster and Cali Fan. 277 points so far. And by the way, second place, which is California Virtual Academy, they have 173 points. But hey, it's still anyone's game. Of course, third place is also Wyoming Virtual Academy with 129 points. Last week, we saw um, WAVA, which is Washington Virtual Academy, only win 2 games, not win the third. So maybe they're trying to get that three-peat tonight. I mean, who knows? Anything can happen. Like we always say, it's Fortnite Battle Royale. Literally, anything can happen. It's just all going to come
Mhm.
down to can Merc Foster and Califan, do they know the new changes to this meta? Can they capitalize on it? Did they come prepared? And will they win maybe 3 in a row? They're going for it. Maybe they're going to get it. Who knows?
Yeah, if you've been watching the stream so far tonight, we've dished out a couple tips. So, I mean, some big knowledge to be taken in there, some solid strategies as well to look at the other regions. I'm sure that squad is going to be carrying plenty of utility considering how they've been performing so far through these weeks. So I have big expectations. If they go 3 for 3, I'll be very surprised. But of course, California Virtual Academics, Wyoming Virtual Academy, more teams to keep your eye on. I mean, so many teams can outperform here on the Western region. I'm just hoping they show out here and give us a good show.
Yeah, no, it's going to be super thrilling, super exciting. It's all going to come down to can somebody catch up to the team in first place? Can they make that margin of first and second a little bit closer? Because remember, we still have 2 months left, so there's still a lot of time left to make that comeback, and that comeback could start right now, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it could come down to: is how can you perform in these next 3 games? How many eliminate? It's all honestly West comes down to yes, can you win the game, but at the same time, how many eliminations are you going to get? Because these teams are going to try to go for a lot of eliminations.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt in my mind we will see double-digit elims here on West. Excited to see. Before we get the game, I mean, Venman, what are you expecting to see these players on West carry? Are you expecting them to carry more of a passive mobility option,
Mhm.
similar to, say, bunkers? They're looking at shield bubbles, things like that. Or are you expecting them more to carry an aggressive mobility where you've got shockwaves, grenades? I mean, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking aggressive. I
Mm,
think we're going to see a decent. Obviously, there's going to be the few teams with some passive, but I think we're going to see a lot with aggressive. Maybe running that hammer shotgun, patched with a nice little shockwave grenades, as well as either a sniper or the goo gun. Maybe they have a little
mm.
strat. I could really see maybe the first, second, third team being those teams that carry 4 goo guns and just shoot them all at one person and get that elimination like instantly. So it's gonna be very fun to see how these players on West battle it out because I mean it's West. West, is the best when it comes to this league, and I'm very excited to see how they can do it.
Hey, we will be getting into game shortly, and the action will ensue. 3 games, of course, like we've had in all the other regions. Cumulative points from the other weeks. See who comes out on top. And I do have to address first place team with 100-point lead. I mean, you have to imagine
Hmm.
they're going to come in first today just because how dominant they've been. Granted, I would almost never try and predict the absolute first place with certainty. But the way this team has been performing, I mean, the whole squad obviously is stacked, but just the duo of Foster and Callie, they are so dominant in this space, in this league. It's really hard to imagine them any other place.
Yeah, and the reason we say that is yes, they've been doing great the past few weeks, but there was a summer league, and well, they played in that summer league, and well, they also dominated in that summer league, winning almost every single game. I think the only other team that may have won a week was Phantom and War. They're the only other team that I think came close to beating them, as that team just absolutely dominated the duo zero build scene, and now they're coming into the squad zero build scene, and they're saying, hey. we're still on top, and they're trying to prove it here today.
I'm excited to see it, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the region does because really talk about it, right? I mean, pressure forms diamonds. And if you're looking at lobbies like this, there is no other region with more pressure. With teams like Foster and Cali putting so much demand and so much expectations on every other player in this lobby, they're forced to get better. If they even want to survive for a moment up against this team, they have to improve quickly rather than a lot of these other regions where they don't have as much of a dominating force, where they really can just kind of stick with where they're at and make it by. No one in this lobby can make it by with the level they came into this competing at. They've all been improving week after week after week. So I'm interested to see how they improve and if they've done their homework, because so much has changed within the meta as we are getting into game number 1 here on the Western Conference. And I have to say, Venman, I am beyond excited.
Yeah, 32 players up in this lobby. It's going to be super exciting and super thrilling to see who comes out on top. Remember, we have been hyping up this one school, Westchester Virtual Academy. However, it's Fortnite Battle Royale. Literally anything happens. Anything can happen. And I think we may see some other victors come out on top. You never know. We're all going to, this is that first game is really how we're going to see how we feel it out. As you see a lot of players getting off around this mid-map area and starting to move in. It looks like actually, well, it doesn't look like literally every single player is going down to the bottom left or just the bottom. No one's going up to the top right part of the map. Sleepy Sound, Lustrous Lagoon, Herald Sanctum, pretty much everything else up there, even Logjam Junction. Grim Gables is just going to be completely uncontested. Even Cloudy Condos and Fort Jonesy and Shimmering Shrine. These players are deciding to opt to contest multiple POIs as we see we can see multiple players landing Rocky going back towards Synapse and Flutterbarm, multiple players at Tilted Towers, and multiple players in this little middle map area, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting split. I saw some teams also splitting in duos and going to different POIs as well, which is also a very valid strategy considering the scope of the lobby. You could very easily pick up a lot of loot very quickly by doing that. But of course, the classic fight, Tilted Towers, the even 4v4 here needs to take some time to loop back up before the action ensues, but it is bound to happen eventually as the initial knock will come through. Clam Buckets now knocked. Feet Bingus 8 HP. Make that 0. Bernie will clean up 1. They can get a 4v2 scenario now up close and personal. Another one will be locked, and a full wipe will come through. And Jolteon plays, picks up 1 elimination and a clean wipe here at Tilted Towers.
That's the team currently in second place, but can't believe we just saw Feet Bingus go down. But Jolteon plays in their squad having a hot start to this game. 4 eliminations to their name. Only eliminations in the game so far. And this is going to be super exciting to see how they play the rest of this out because they are also a very aggressive team as we see some other engagements starting to go on across the map.
A lot of fights will ensue. Talked about the aggressive region, and all of a sudden, leaving up to the name immediately off the drop. Saw the off spawn get cleared up quickly. But again, Nox being traded near Rocky Reels and Flutterbarn. 1 knock. Res attempt in the bush. There's Ice. Hassan trying to rotate out using that shockwave, but Oreo Potato 1 has the grapple glove. Will try and close the distance, realizing that teammates are not able to follow with the same velocity that Oreo is trying to take to these enemies as Firefang trying to ride towards the enemy. The cavalry is here on top of the boar, but will be taken out there again by Oreo Potato using that Evo Chrome rifle. Such an interesting addition to the meta. Can dish out so much damage. I actually prefer the 2, or maybe even the 3. I honestly would say the 2 burst over maybe the 4 or 5 burst and the later evolutions of the weapon.
I can understand that just because, those 4 or 5 bursts, you're going to fly through your medium ammo. And one thing about Zero Builds is you got to save that ammo as Insight School of Oregon, Painted Hills, which is Oreo Potato's team. They are off to a hot start. 3 eliminations to their name. Trying to find that 4th, which is just hiding near them in Flutterbarn. This is going to be very exciting. One thing that we got to note is we haven't seen, Merc Foster and Merc Califan anywhere, in the kill feed. This is a little interesting.
I'd be very surprised if they were contested. I know I wouldn't want to go anywhere near that
Yeah.
team as Oreo Potato looks to clean up the last solo from the previous squad, and they will do just that with the saplings in this biome yielding that mythic rapid fire SMG. Just dish out so much damage so quick as they'll pick up 4 eliminations and even 1 for every player on the squad. And they'll just continue to lock down and show their dominance in this whole biome, really. I mean, another vault to them, a whole squad wiped, nobody close by, and they have all the rotation they could possibly need, and they haven't even gotten the vault.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Loot is going to be a big factor here. One thing, though, is like we keep talking about them, the team that's in first place. They actually, I didn't see them land where they've landed in past weeks, which is on that left side of the map. They loot a little bit. They open the vaults that are there. Looks like maybe they might have switched it up a little bit. Like we said, you got to keep switching up your drop spots as the map changes, and maybe they decided to switch it up a little bit as they are now just trying to find some nice plays, trying to figure out what loot they want to carry. As Oreo Potato 1 is figuring it out, saying, hey, what do I want? You know, I got a lot to pick from here. I got a lot to choose from. Anything I could drop, maybe something I could pick up and carry.
It's like going to the candy store if everything was free. It's just so much there for you to take. I mean, whatever you could think of, it's there in the vault waiting for you. Team not too far off, just towards the left of them on the map. You can see as they use that zip line to go over towards atop that pirate ship. No problems though. No shots. They will identify them in the distance, maybe take a couple of shots, but they're all chromed up using that chromified form to roll into zone. No problems there, but another team approaches from the north. They will catch them out in the open, trying to swim across the river. One will be knocked. Evil Chicken's 20 on low HP now, trying to use that sniper rifle to look for a bailout, but the full squad wipe. Jolteon Plays and Co. will take out a whole squad, and they're looking for more with already 2 full squad wipes. Now landing on top of the tree, trying to utilize that goo gun, and it will come through. Fernie now knocked. The kind of up-close combat player has now been eliminated, not to mention 1 player to go along with it. So Jolteon Plays low HP, trying to heal back up, as Spooky as Cold says, no way, I'm using the grappler and I'm trying to play placement. We'll get the cards later.
Yeah, smart play by Spooky and Zoltan. They're just saying, hey, let's just get out of here. Not worth taking this engagement. Let's rotate. We'll come back in a little bit. We'll get some cards and we'll rotate in. But Jolteon, you gotta get moving. Zone's coming right at you. You can't go towards it. You gotta go away from it. With 11 HP, you gotta get in this car. You gotta get moving. You gotta zoom across this map. Make sure you get into zone without taking a lot more damage. It looks like this other player is sitting back in storm. They're looking for him. They're hunting him down as Oreo Potato and them are starting to slowly rotate in the zone, but make sure they keep an eye out behind them in storm, saying, hey, is there any chance this player starts to maybe move in as we're moving in? Maybe we can look back and get some shots, get elimination, but it looks like they are full deciding to rotate. However, Jolteon is right next to them. They're going to try to get some shots off onto Jolteon, possibly.
The aggressive play would be the move, but Jolteon's able to snag a vehicle, dip on out of there. Says, no way. The rifts will come through. Is that a rift or is something opening up in the sky? Talking about map changes. Things are being shifted up and changed every single day. But Oreo Potato now back together with their team, but a whole squad awaits them, in that being Merc, Foster, and Callie. And this team has absolutely no idea what's waiting.
Yeah, just look at the mini map. This is how you know the squad of Mercalli and them play so perfectly. They're literally bunched up right on top of each other, waiting for the first player to jump on, and that's going to be Walrus. Huge shots getting down on Walrus as Walrus is down to 20 HP. Now all of a sudden, Oreo Potato's at 1 HP, and YRW is down to literally 0 HP as 1 player is knocked. The second player is starting to get some heals off, but Walrus is down to 1 HP. And now all of a sudden, Oreo Potato's down. So now it's at the dude 8796 to clutch a 1v4. And as you guys are literally watching just perfection go down right now, as this squad that we've been hyping up the whole time pretty much eliminated almost a whole squad within like 5 to 10 seconds, just because they all aim at the same player at the same time. They don't all take one-on-ones. They take 4 on ones, and they make sure that they beam the first player that they see, and they got that player eliminated almost immediately as they are running around with a lot of eliminations. But Jolteon Plays and Spooky as Cold did get away from that engagement before, as they have 8 eliminations to their name, and they're going to loop back up and potentially try to get a reboot off.
Play it smart. We talked about that triple spray ability, and it all comes down to communication. If you know how to play in a stacked lobby, you know how to compete against players who might be better than you, you know the strats. The triple spray is exactly what you need to do to take teams off guard. They did a great job there of executing. But Spooky is cold, able to get those reboot off from the other two players. Fernie, Jolteon players who were playing very well up until that point, but obviously caught off guard. Some of the best players in this lobby rotating through up towards that north side of the map. A very good dead side rotate using the car. These to make sure that the teammates are able to make it to them. They'll have no problems there. But real Squirtle Cat, very solid loadout, very solid position, but a lot of players close by.
Interesting locker combo. We got the literal alien as well with Among Us back bling. It's a pretty sus locker combo we're running right now. Squirtle Cat is just rotating on, trying to maybe potentially jump on some players. They're waiting for some beams, trying to line them up. We may have some shots start to go in as these players are just swimming through the ocean right now, swimming through the water, rotating to what looks like to be the, I think, what is it called now? It's like the later half or the last legs. That's what it's called, I think.
Oh, the statue.
Yeah.
Actually didn't know
changed
that.
the name.
I didn't know that. I've been
'Cause
calling
it used to be last
statue.
legs, and then this season they changed it to the last legs.
Oh, okay. Got some lore developments here over near Herald Sanctum. Everything becomes chrome. The legs also chrome as well, but oof. Millie. Real Squirtle Cat. In a good spot. Lots of foliage. A hide as a solo makes their way in towards this backside of zone. They won't have any issues. No eliminations.
Ooh.
Playing as a trio so far. Have a little bit of a rotation ahead of themselves, but they have a little bit of mobility to at least push any players in front of them away, or at least show them that they mean business.
Yeah, so it looks like the aggression is still coming in from Merc, Cali, and co. Getting knocks left and right. But we got Jolteon plays and Fernie up ahead, and Millie's actually going to land on it. Oh, never mind. Oh, no, you should have landed on that duo. That might have been a better choice for you. Now they're going to get into an engagement with Merc, Foster, and Vader, and Cali, and Replay. The shots are starting to get traded. Nothing's really connecting. Yeah, actually, there's a big shot from the goo gun hitting for a decent amount of damage.
The goo gun's that wild card. I mean, regardless of how skillful the team might be, you could pull out something big, but now Millie is knocked. Oof is a solo trying to carry Real Squirtle Cat down the hill into some cover, but realizes the assault will continue. Looked for the grapple glove, but it was not able to find the time as Cali, Foster, Replay, and Jax Vader continue their rampage through this lobby. They seem like so far they cannot be stopped.
Hey, I'm going to be honest, that first few minutes, I was a little worried. I was like, where are these? Like, where is this team? Why aren't they getting eliminations? Why aren't they fighting? But it looks like they were just waiting for the right moment to start their rampage and go on an absolute tear through the lobbies. They now currently have 7 eliminations, and they have a lot more that they can get. But some of the other squads are also some great competitors, so we may see these players go down. Who knows? Only time will tell as these players are rotating to the northeast part of the map here.
They continue. Jax Vader is eliminated now. No problems, though, for this team. Cali, Fan, and Foster, very familiar with handling pressure. Front runners coming in today, but I mean, what else could you expect from these players? Good number of eliminations, not quite as many as I would expect, but generally they are more kind of end game focused, where they make sure they make it into the end game to put themselves in that position to frag on out. But once again, they come head to head with Jolteon and co. We're over here near this temple area. They had the reboot off. A fight earlier with this full squad was now a man down. So we'll go ahead, try and get aggressive, utilize the shockwaves and the grapples. They want to get in their face. The up-close shotgun battles will ensue, and Cali Fan looking for more. One knock on the Jolteon plays from Foster as Cali Fan looks to spray one out of the air. Will connect. More shotguns traded back and forth. Fairy on the high ground, trying to clutch up for something as the squad will have to grab a player and try and use the launch pad to find some cover. Low HP out of the air. Jolteon plays will be finished as Fernie will barely escape.
What a play by Callie and Co. Just absolutely going on a tear right now. Looking for players left and right. You see Foster up there. He is not stopping the momentum. He is continuing to push these players. He's going to jump in Fernie's car. However, you actually can't shoot anyone in that truck. So, Fernie, you're going to have some time to drive around because, well, Foster can't eliminate you right now because, well, you're sitting in a massive truck. But Foster decided to get out and say, hey, I'm just going to blow up your truck. And now he's going to get in to the next vehicle, but that vehicle is now low. So Fernie is just running out of time here. The shots are coming in, has not a lot of HP. The big shots are coming, and it is going to be an insane shot by Foster to get the elimination. His 4th of the game, and his team's, well, 10th.
10 eliminations this early on, and now the reboot on the Jax Vader as well to make it a full squad. 4 players in this lobby. 2 other teams. 4 continue, a 2v2 possibly, or a 3v1, v4. Who knows? Seems like a trio is just in the distance now as Foster continues to sneak onto this llama, but there is a squad just above, and if Foster is caught off guard, this could be a problem for them. But Jax Vader team was already able to pick up some eliminations, so plenty of loot left for them as Califan will identify the other squad. Shots onto them, will get a crack and the knock. The absolute beam on this player. The mythic Hammer AR dishing out so much damage. That Jack Vader will pick up another one, so now Callie wants to take it up close and personal. It will clean up the last. More eliminations on the board, and this squad has no one to stop them.
Well, you never know. M1Z in a 1v4 scenario going up against the squad that currently has 10, 11, 12, 13 eliminations. M1 has a decent loadout here, but not a lot of ammo. You're going to have to hit your shots and make sure that they count. And the shots are coming in on the Jax Vader. Jax Vader and them are trading shots. However, M1 is going to decide to disengage from that scenario and look back, try to get some shots off. Is running and down on health. Down to 50 HP, 52 HP and a drain. The shots are coming in and it almost eliminates him with the goo gun. As you see now, the new goo gun start to come in. The shots are being traded. Replay. I think they're trying to get a goo gun elimination for the win here. Now they're just going to end up getting the elimination and the victory royale as this squad has a 14 elimination win. First game on West. That is an absolute start to today's event.
What else could you expect? Foster and Callie, Jax Vader. I mean, come on now. We said they might take it home, not just the first game, but the whole thing, and they showed out here in game number 1. Crazy performance here. Played it very well. I was actually expecting them to get a little bit more aggressive during the mid game, but it seemed like they just wanted to secure this first win on the night. Maybe they'll try and do something crazy here in game number 2 or 3, knowing they already have a VR under their belt. But regardless, a very, very good game number 1 for them.
Yeah, no, that was a great game and just great overall performance by them. Like we say, they play like no other squad that we've seen really play today because they move as one unit. And we've seen players move together, but they are literally on top of each other. Like you said, shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, making sure that they're on top of each other in every single move. They all do it at the exact same time. It is just perfection at its finest. That is why they got a very high elimination victory royale.
What else could you expect? Executed perfectly, but still 2 more games to see what the rest of this lobby can do. Some very solid showings here in game number 1, but we have 2 more to close it out. We are going to go to a quick break, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2, the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Western Fortnite Week 4 competition. And we have one more game and one to follow, and we are done for the night on this channel. That'll be the end for Fortnite for this week, Venman. And I have to say, we have seen so much action tonight. And so far, West is not disappointing.
No, it's not disappointing at all. It's like we said, it was non-stop action, squad fighting after squad fighting, solo clutching as well. Everything across the board that we want to see. We almost saw the goo gun elimination for the victory royale, but couldn't clutch it up. Maybe they're going to try to do that again. Who knows? I'm excited. West has been a thrill for one game, and I think it's going to be a thrill for two more games. That's why it's last. Save the best for last. It's just nonstop action-packed thrill left and right. Right when they get off spawn, the action immediately goes into play.
Oh, of course. I mean, what else could you expect from West? It's that wild card region. It's always fun to watch. We'll be getting into action in just a moment, but I have to say, so far, West not only brings a lot of action, but seems like some high-level gameplay. A lot of the players in here, not just Callie and Foster, not just talking about them. Seems like a lot of teams in West are actually performing at a higher level than I was expecting. I mean, I had said big things, right? Pressure forms diamonds. I thought these players would be doing very, very well and performing and doing plays that I would not be expecting. And so far, they're doing very, very well. A lot more utility being used, a lot of players using solo clutches, and a lot more of the traditional zero build style of play, which is always cool to see. A lot of these players are doing very, very well. So I'm interested to see as these weeks go on and they can practice a little bit more with their team chemistry. I can only imagine them getting better.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly. Only time will tell for these squads is every single week is another time for them to get better. As it looks like there's already starting to switch up their drops. I don't think there's any contention or contesting going on pretty much anywhere. Maybe at Chrome looks like we have a solo there. Very split up from their trio. Greasy two different parts of the map, and you have someone late dropping all the way onto Rocky from Sleepy Sound, getting a late rotate over there. So it looks like a lot of players are saying, hey, we're going to step back. Maybe let's not fight off spawn. Let's just try to get some big placement points.
Placement points are the name of the game. As dude, no weapons, no utility, but maybe the coolest dive trail I've ever seen in my life. What was that?
Who knows?
I actually have no idea what that was, but that was incredible to watch. I gotta go figure out what that was after this broadcast tonight. But again, back on topic, Rocky Reels. Very geared up here. A lot of these players rocking this mythic rapid fire. I mean, it just does so much damage so fast. Generally, you see a lot of players try and use this weapon in build game modes, but in zero build, it still packs a punch. Just a lot of the times, it's just outclassed by the hammer.
Yeah, no, the hammer just packs such a massive punch that it's pretty much unmatchable. I mean, not only does it shoot super fast, but it does a lot of damage, and the bloom is very small. It's just it's everything that you could want. It could be great in close range combat. It could be great in long range. It could be great in medium. It's just a little all around 3-star warrior. Does everything that you want it to do.
No, 100%. I mean, the hammer is just really what you should be looking for. That's why so many players traditional zero build, they're rocking 2 weapons, prime shotgun, maybe a ranger shotgun if you're feeling really confident. During squad game modes, you could usually squeeze in a ranger or 2 in the team, just because if you have teammates with primes, they can kind of back you up a little bit because really when it comes down to it, you shoot that ranger once, you have to reload. And you have teammates with you, you're good to go. But just having the ability to just ADS and hit someone for 130 from so far away, if you have a teammate that's already trying to close the distance with their prime, it's a really, really solid combination. But again, it's going to be that prime shotgun or a ranger and then a hammer AR, two utility slots, and then a heal slot.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. That's what the pros have been using. That's just the meta right now is for everyone to use. Cheat. Chet is going on a little bit of an engagement here, but he's going up against Jolteon and co. And that squad, California Virtual Academies, they are going to pack quite the punch, and they do. As Chetachu is already eliminated, Jolteon plays in Spooky's Cold is a great duo. And bringing them into the squads format, they have some 2 other teammates that are also great players, and that's just why it's still anybody's game as these weeks go on. It's because this is a duo, or this is a squad that can kind of have a chance at maybe closing the distance between first and second.
It's going to be hard. You're going to have to hope and really show out in one of these weeks if you want to close that kind of a distance. But interesting split here. 2 of the teammates over near Tilted Towers got a little bit too comfortable on this left side of the map, to say the least. But Feet, Bingus, and Clam Bucket, a Greasy Grove, uncontested. Just be able to loot up, move their way up this left side of the zone, uncontested. Maybe loot Reality Tree. There's some rifts. There's a vault back there. So much loot to go around. You just have to play your space. But on the flip side of things, you do have Sunny Clip, Evil Chickens, Plump Lemming. It's looting this kind of dock area below the vault or the rifts on the back side of Logjam.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting strategy from Plump Lemming, Sunny Clip, Munchkin, Butyl, and Evil Chicken. This is an interesting rotation, interesting strat. I love this. I dig the skins, by the way, but I like it. It's a strategy that we don't see a lot of teams do. Utilize this Logjam 2.0 as it got moved a little bit, or at least the factory got moved a little bit, as Hansen and Co are just rotating around Crossroads, getting some vaults. You see another squad off in the distance. Now, one thing I do want to note is I'm pretty sure Mercalli and the other team and Foster, I don't think they land at a POI. I think they're one of these squads that likes to land at these splits, these secondary locations off in the distance, get the best loot that they can get, and then rotate into fight players, which is why we don't normally see them get any eliminations for the first few minutes.
Solid strategy. I mean, making sure you're looted up, of course, but you would think from a team that's so dominant in this, they might want to land at Chrome, something like that. Something because they could very easily alpha this POI and push players off of them, but they just want to stay humble, make sure that they don't make any mistakes, which honestly, a lot of very high-level Fortnite players have that problem where their ego starts to take over and they will land at crazy POIs like this and they end up not placing as well in tournaments just because they're a little bit overconfident. So it's always cool to see players, especially younger players, have a very sound foundation when it comes to approaching tournament games like this.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly. It's interesting as Clixie Ed, Squirtle Cat, and FaZe Drip as well as OHVA. We're trying to get some shots off onto Firefang, but Firefang very split up as you see Feet Fingish gets eliminated in the elimination feed as Firefang is just driving around this car waiting for the squad to get to him. And now all of a sudden Firefang is just hiding in a bush. The shots are coming in. The frozen banana goes down and he's going to pick up the banana and chuck him across the map. He's going to say, get out of here, man. I don't want you here. As now this trio is just going to stay hiding in the tilted building.
No problems for OOF as this full squad continues their assault on the players within the Tilted Towers building at Chrome Crossroads. No problems holding this hill. Generally, I try and stay away from this hill as much as possible. It seems like there's so many scoped weapons within the arsenal of this squad. They're having no problems holding this, regardless of how many different angles that the players within the Tilted building have to take. They'll have no issues there, but now they choose to close the distance using the grapple gloves, those launch pads they've thrown on the floor, or any zip lines close by. However, using this grapple glove, you have to be careful. One shot and you're not over any sort of solid ground, you can fall all the way down until you're knocked.
Yeah, no, that's a scary sight. You got to be careful about that because we've seen it before. We've done it all. Everyone's done it. It's something that you don't want to admit you've done, but deep down, everyone knows that one time or another it has happened. As it looks like military is going to get eliminated, and Hansen is just trying to glide on out of there. Say, hey, I don't want to engage this anymore. I'm going to maybe get a few reboot cards and then dip a Rooney out of here and skedaddle off to the reboot van.
No problems. Needs the reboot. A lot of players in this lobby playing for placement, but Hassan now able to find the distance and the time to try and get the reboot, and it will come off successfully. So the shield bubble will have to be deployed as now the full squad is jumping within the bubble. Hassan tries to take the fight head on, but it's not going to be enough. Will be knocked. So now Firefang has to carry on as a solo, but just lands on top of the reboot van. He's given up. Will be eliminated now, so the full squad wipe will come through.
I still don't think he recovered from the enemy picking him up and throwing him off the mountain. I think he was still traumatized and having some PTSD and flashbacks as FaZe Drip and then off to a nice start. 5 eliminations. They're on a little bit of a hot streak now as they're rotating, trying to figure out who's next. But off in the distance is Jolteon, and that's a squad you may not want to be fighting.
That's a very solid squad with some good placements so far. We've seen, but FaZe scoping it out. Because the headshot snipe can turn the tides here, trying to predict it within the bush. The player continues. The downfall of a lot of players, at least to allow them to become headshot sniped, is the fact that they're jumping too much. Is because that's the easiest point in a player's trajectory to predict. That player is doing a good job of not jumping as much, just staying flat-footed, not allowing them to predict their movements, just kind of weaving back and forth slightly. Becomes very difficult to land a headshot snipe, obviously. But this full squad in a good spot, center map, looting up the vault. They still have a long rotate ahead of them.
Yeah, they got to go far. And this is a zone we kind of saw a little bit of before. We saw that Rave Cave, Southern Rave Cave zone. Now we're going to get a Northern Rave Cave zone, which I kind of like a little bit more just because there's more mountains, there's more terrain, which makes these engagements a little bit more exciting, especially because some of these players, I mean, this is an interesting loadout by Crowbar Jones here. I haven't seen this yet. DMR, Prime Shotgun, and Goo Gun as long as 2 heals. Interesting strategy. Looks like he's opting to not really have any medium to close range type of engage. Obviously, the shotgun is a great close range. However, if you hit hard with that shotgun, what are you going to switch to finish that elimination? I guess you'll have to switch to the Goo Gun. As this is an interesting loadout, but hey, maybe he knows something we don't.
You know, I'd like to think so, but I have to imagine here, though. The Boom Sniper being a very solid pickup.
Oh, yeah.
I have my my quarrels with the Boom Sniper. Not my favorite weapon of all time, but a very powerful one nonetheless. Can do a lot of damage. However, Giant now up near this vault area, but there's a full squad lurking above. And at this point, there is no way they don't know they're there. The full squad will continue the way up the hill, just hanging out. But now they will see them. The full squad up above, and the shield bubble will be deployed. but it looks like this full squad doesn't want anything to do with them. They had the jump on them, but a full disengage will come through.
Interesting. Maybe Munchkin, Plump, Sunny, and Evil Chicken said, "Hey, we don't really want to fight this. Let's just get out of here. Let's get some placement points and play it a little safe." As they're just gonna rotate on out of there. It looks like we got Jax, Vader, Foster, and Callie rotating late. They got to get some heals in as they are low on shield.
Need some shield to heal back up. Jax, Vader, Callie, Foster, replay. Good loadout. Lots of eliminations early on. Now into the top 5. 4 teams left. 16 players up. A full squads all around. They're just using these chug splashes. Any extra chug splashes, why not? Heal back up, grab some full grapple charges, and then make their own move into the zone. Cause it's starting to get small. And this is where this squad starts to thrive. Within the fray, within the pressure of the whole lobby, everyone starts to have to make their own moves and get uncomfortable. Once they identify squads, they will not stop applying pressure until they pick up eliminations.
Yeah, no, you said that perfectly. This is the team that is going to kind of test the waters. That's what they do best. They try to do a lot of damage from a distance, and then once they do a lot of damage, they say, all right, our time to shine. Let's get in there. As they're trying to get some snipes off from a distance, but are not going to really make any contact. As you see now, there it is. They see the team on top of this mountain.
Ooh.
And I think he might have blanked this shot. Oh, he actually knocked one. The shots, what a shot by Jax Vader. The snipes are coming in, and I think that's 2 players knocked. And now, surely this squad is saying, hey, we got to get in on this.
It's a long way.
Knocked. They got to hurry up, though, because by the time they get there, the revives should be off.
It's a long way, not to mention the double revive as well. So it should be very quick to pick these players up. And if Jax Vader and Foster, whoever it is behind them, if they don't all have grapple gloves, they could be in trouble. They'll fully close the distance. The shield bubble will be deployed as the AI is kind of that warning system that they are now here. But Callie playing on the outside, playing up close to this shield bubble as a player will overextend. The goo gun connects a little bit to get a little bit of damage on as Foster now using that Ranger shotgun perfectly here just on the inside, the outside of the shield bubble as Jax Vader is launched by the shockwave and the teammates are there to clean up the eliminations regardless. So Jax will have a little bit of a move to make it back up to the teammates, but no problems there. And another clean 4 eliminations.
Wow, I mean, they played that perfectly. 14 eliminations to their name. But I do gotta say, 2 squads are left. There's no solos, there's no trios, no duos. It is 3 squads duking it out. As Foster has 7 eliminations, Callie has 3, and Jax Vader has 4. Trying to get some more loot down there, but he's actually gonna slide down the mountain. This could be a little dangerous because you gotta find your way back up. And oh my gosh, oh, he is gonna be able to connect to the rock, and I think he's gonna be able to just hit the rift and glide right on in. What
he's
a
just
play.
Styling.
Yeah,
he's just styling.
Hitting the emotes as Jax Vader is gonna glide right on into the zone. As it looks like there's gonna be an engagement between Jolty on the first and second team are fighting it out. As it looks like Replay is actually gonna get knocked, and all of a sudden it's a 4v3.
So Jax Vader, Foster, and Callie have to pick up the slack. Jolteon just on the outside as Jax tries to fire through. Foster, though, rocking the Ranger shotgun as a solo. Tries to take Fernie on a 1v1 down to 46 HP. Looked for the shockwave, but did not have enough time. That makes Foster down. Callie and Jax Vader up close and personal with that mythic rapid fire. Callie on low HP. Teammate knocked, and Spooky will take them out. Almost a full wipe there, but Spooky, Jolteon, and Fernie pick up the clean wipe on the first place team.
This squad, they gotta get in. There's 2 knocked players. It's a solo right now. You had a perfect opportunity to third party, get an easy win, but you're just gonna sit back and relax, I guess. Maybe look in and get an engagement later on, as they're literally looking like a firing squad right now, waiting on top of this hill for these players to make some sort of move in the open.
No problems for them. Evil Chickens, the team earlier on that opted to disengage from the others who pushed up on top of their mountain. They had to jump on them, but did not want any part of it. Now have the opportunity, the numbers advantage as well, to make something happen. They're not in zone, don't have a far rotate, and plenty of shield bubbles to make it in, as they're just going to keep looking around. One of these players, I mean, they're looking as if there's another team on the map. There's only 1 remaining. Open your map, you'll know. They'll tell you the number of teams left. They'll know their top 2 and identify the players in the distance. They know they're there now. So now Sunny Clip, Munchkin, Evil Chickens, and Plump don't have anywhere to go. Just hang out on top, wait for the opportune moment. Maybe a headshot snipe or a beam before they try and get aggressive. They're all rocking the same skin, but I say a headshot snipe, but it actually goes the other way. However, they have the ability for the triple res, so no problems there. Just need to find a safe spot in the shield bubble to go ahead and get it off.
Yeah, this may be a 3v4, but if there's any team that's going to win a 3v4, it's Spooky, Jolteon, and M1Z8N. Because this squad right here, they are lethal together. As you see, they already got a headshot snipe, and now they're probably just waiting for another opportunity to get another one before they aggress this situation. Just because they got some time. You know, they are in no rush to go anywhere. They are in zone. It looks like that other squad, though, is a little bit out of zone. They're going to have to make some moves, as these teams are soon going to be waiting for the next engagement. And the snipe's going to come in, and that's going to be a body shot. Not going to connect to the head, as now Jolteon and Spooky setting up the next porta bunker. Shots are coming in. There is the next shield bubble, though.
And this team up on the hill not handling the pressure super well from Spooky and Cold, so they're using a lot of their utility. And if zone does not pull their way, they could be in trouble. However, it does pull close by. So they might have invested a lot of utility on this first zone from the pressure from Spooky and Jolteon. But now they have invested it, and they're in really good spot here. This team's going to have to move out through the open. They see the pressure down, ideally from inside this bush, so they can't see where they are. Pressure together. They call out a skin, and they call out a position of where what player they want to focus. They pick up one and make it a 4v2. And at that point, it's very, very winnable.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting as this is just a literal stalemate right now. The players are all waiting to say, hey, who is going to get knocked first? Because these players are going to start playing aggressive soon. As the splashes are going to come in, heal for a little bit more health. However, you got to get moving. You got to start to rotate just a little bit in the zone. The only issue, though, yes, you shoot out these trees, but you get rid of your only cover, as now this is just going to be a shooting range for Jolteon and them. The shots are coming in. Evil Chicken goes down. Or, sorry, Sunny Clip goes down. Munchkin Butt goes down, and now all of a sudden it's up to Evil Chicken 20 to get some shots off. He knocks Jolteon, but that's not going to be enough. Jolteon and Jolteon, Fernie, Spooky, and M1 get a huge 10 elimination victory royale and clutches the 3v4.
Taking out one of the most serious competitors earlier on in the match is really what did it. Taking out Foster and Callie to fight at the gas station, regardless of their numbers disadvantage at that point, still able to make it work, played together, hip to hip, hand in hand, pick up that VR. Very solid performance to win their ones there against some of the best players in that lobby, placement, and aggressively. I mean, they did very, very well. But Venman, we have one more game on the night to close everything out. Do you have anything you want to say before we throw it to a break?
Nope, I got nothing.
All right. All right. I'm excited as well. But quickly, we have to do a little bit of stuff behind the scenes to get players queued up. But do not go anywhere. We will be right back with game number 3 of the Western Conference. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. For the last time tonight, we have one more game of the Fall 2022 Western Fortnite Week 4 competition. And Venman, this is it. This is the last game. We've been on here for 8 games so far. We have one left on the night. Is there anything you have to say before we get into game, which is in just a moment? So we got some time.
Hey, I'm just excited to see how this last game goes. I mean, the first 8 games were thrilling so far today. The ninth one, let's see if we could save the best for last, quite literally. Let's see if we could get a high elimination game from one of these squads here. I'm just excited to see who comes out on top as we head into the game. Will it be Mercury Cali? Will it be Washington Virtual California Virtual Academies, Wyoming Virtual Academies, Insight School of Oregon, Painted Hills? There's so many other teams as well with 33 players up in this lobby. Who knows who could come out on top? This is just going to be a super thrilling and exciting game number 3 on the West region.
This is it. The last opportunity for these players to make something happen. For Callie and Foster to pick up another victory royale. The last one was stolen from them. Will they be able to do the repeat? Or will another team step up to the plate and take home the last VR of the night here on Stride Esports? Drop onto the island. We could see a lot of these players prioritizing that uncontested drop spot in the last game. Seems like very standard drop pattern, though, with maybe one player maybe not present at their computer at the current moment down there in the ocean. The teammates just landing over at Tilted Towers, some of the most looted drop spots in the game.
Yeah, Tilted Tower is one of the most known places in the game, one of the most powerful point of interest in the game. Definitely a place you got to land at if you want some high eliminations, because it's very easy to rotate out of there and move to any point of interest in the surrounding area. As we have Walrus, Dude, Work, and Oreo Potato at Rocky Reels right now, just looting it up as everyone's saying, hey, let's get some loot, maybe get into a little bit of an engagement here. It looks like there might be another player here, or am I missing something?
That might be man cakes just hanging out in the AI, unless there's one located on top of the blimp close by. But it seems like that player might have just rotated out. So no big deals here.
So.
Yeah, another uncontested Rocky Reels game for Dude and Oreo Potato to get their hands on their mythic rapid fires and plenty of shockwaves to carry them through this game. A very interesting combo here, the rapid fire with the sniper rifle, but I have to say, I do respect it.
I respect it too. The weaponry choices are going crazy right now. We see all of these players going a little bit of some uncontested, spread out all across the map, as I feel like we have one squad that might be trying the 4-corner challenge. I could be wrong, but I think I saw that.
You know, I'm actually kind of down to see a 4-corner challenge. I mean, it's actually a very hard challenge, especially in a lobby like this where so many players and squads are taking it so seriously. I mean, they just have to. So many teams in this game are trying out to make sure they play the whole thing. So if you end up rolling up on a squad, they're all going to be there and they're all going to be keeping their eye out for players. And if you get spotted, it's just all over. You're going to realize you're a solo and end up pushing you.
It's going to be super exciting, though, to see how this all goes down as Chrome Crossroads is getting currently looted up. All these players are slowly just saying, hey, let's find the best weaponry that I can find. Crowbar Jones running around trying to get some great loot as well. Trying to find some minis, find some shields, some extra shields. They already have 190.
No problems there. Giant finding that explosive goo gun. We set up some good utility. Chrome Crossroads, of course, with the 2 vaults. So get their hands on some keys. A lot of loot waiting for them. Far, no issues, no opposition. One squad eliminated, with that being the solo. Making that from 33 to 32 players on the map. So still plenty of chances for players to do well. And it looks like the team landing near Greasy Grove has split around the Mushroom Forest and is now looting everything around.
Interesting. Hey, you know, if you're watching and you're VOD reviewing some of your games, you may easily see that this whole side of the map is just pretty much uncontested. And if it is, you say, hey, this could be a good spot for us to land. As the board is, well, that board just got ran over by the car. Okay, never mind. His feet, Bingus and Co are just rotating around, trying to get as much loot as they can. Very separated though, and hey, I don't mind it. In games like this, when you can be very separated, there's no reason not to get as much loot as you possibly can. So, I like it.
Yep, no reason at all. And Ashed and Pete Bingus will rotate through. Chonker Speedway once again uncontested. No action yet. Just a bunch of looting, but maybe I spoke too soon. FaZe trying to take some shots onto Chitashu, who's in the distance. Now the grapple glove will come out as FaZe will try and close the distance to use that lever shotgun and a hammer AR, take the fight up close. Within the building now, FaZe smart here to go ahead and break the wall before I have to take the fight with the shotgun. Player on the back foot, they will get the knock with no teammates in sight, but a solid elimination as the initial.
Yeah, huge start for them. One elimination right now, trying to find the other ones, but it looks like there's nobody else nearby whatsoever. So they're going to have to try to loot up a little bit, try to find these other players, and then go in and try to get a decent amount of eliminations.
Looking for high eliminations. Name of the game. Clixie. Oof. Real Squirtle, Cat, and FaZe. One elimination on the board. A solid pickup there off the solo. This backside, this dead side of zone near Fort Jonesy. No problems for them out here. Nothing. No opposition. Just maybe a solo. Rotating out of Chonker Speedway or Cloudy Condos, but no problems. Just quite yet. But as the zone starts to pull, it is a high percentage water zone on this top right corner of the map. So the action will start to heat up quickly just because the players run out of playable space. Not to mention, Lustrous Lagoon is splitting up the island, so that mountain really forces players to get aggressive just because the fact that there is no natural cover around the mountain.
Yeah, natural cover is a huge, huge deal when it comes to zero build, just because, like, yeah, obviously the movement items are huge, the utilities are huge, but if you don't have them, you can always use natural cover to your advantage, just like in other battle royales. As Fernie, Jolteon, and them are going to start to get into a little bit of engagement with Giant. Giant is all by themselves. The shots are coming down. Oh, I don't know if Fernie should have disengaged from that early. Could have got an easy knock on a player, but instead is now going to have to grapple for their life, dodging shots and just saying, hey, I got to get out of here. Going the opposite way of their squad now is going to have to stop up ahead, get some heals off, and then get back to their squad in time.
Fernie had the advantage there before, hopped on the zip line, and then a big chunk of damage was dealt, which shifted the other direction. Is now player Walrus Onion, Dude, and Oreo Potatoes now pressuring down onto Nayal, who's out. Their first knock as the goo gun is landed on the player. A lot of damage just out there. The overshield and 70 standard shield on top of that, as Giant is now up top underneath the gas station, just trying to hide Herrera inside of the bush as well. Tries to hop on top of the wolf to then rotate out as Giant will find a cooler. A little bit of heals, nothing too crazy. Now still Herrera knocked. One player above now will get the confirmed. Now Giant hiding as a solo needs to make something happen, and this team is down below. I'm sure they have them in their sights.
Interesting strategy. Oh, what a play by Giant to get some huge shots, get the elimination, and do a lot of damage to another opponent. And now Giant is just kind of stuck here. I'm going to be honest, this is going to be a little bit of a hard rotation for Giant to get out of this, just because they're trapped in so many angles. As Callie and them are starting to get in. 2 eliminations their name, but they are not stopping anytime soon. They're pushing up onto Walrus. The car is actually going to hit Walrus. The shots are going to come in from Callie. They are not going to be able to connect, but Callie says, you know what? I'm going to use another shockwave, get on top of this hill, look down on you, get the sprays. You're going to get knocked by Foster, and now we're chasing the other player.
Needs to chase them down. Foster and Callie not content with the performance in last game and want to make up for it. They're getting aggressive here in the mid game, game number 3, doing a good job to pick up 1 Foster ODS 3 to make it an even 4 eliminations. Replay continues to storm ahead after this player who's still on the run, but now it's pulling even further towards that top right corner. Now still zone half in the water, half on land. It will end quickly because of this. It's because of the less playable area. It is in the jungle, so there are some solid hiding spots for players like Dude, who's a solo now. But overall, it's not going to go in their favor with a full squad waiting just inside the lagoon. Dude's clock is ticking away. We'll realize that this team's close by. FaZe inside this building. Shockwaves will come out to position above them. But Dude trying to cower and hide underneath is the best strategy here. Try and make it so that the squad is more occupied with the oncoming assault of Foster and Callie rather than the solo hiding below.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting strategy here. Trying to hide, make sure they can't see him, but you can't be going in and out of the water. If they have visual audio on, they're going to hear you in that water, and then they're going to know that you're there. As you see, there's still some teams deep in Storm. We have 2 players still in Tilted Towers right now. That's going to be a very hard rotate, as we have some other players getting into a bush here, making sure nobody sees them, as they're going to try to sit this out and ride this out.
Ride it out. Clixy, real Squirtle Cat, FaZe. Now rotated out of Lagoon. No problems there, but Oof taking a little bit of damage. But a quick switch back to Clixy, who is now using the Chrome Splashes, chromified form, to roll and blob their way to some cover, or at least an advantageous position to start putting some shots on target. Be careful using this boulder as cover. If some team realizes that you're stood next to it, it could punish you for it, as the sniper shot will be fired, but barely does not connect on the player that's trying to spray a teammate or another player within the lobby. As Clixy's still in a great spot here to try and put shots onto this full squad that is bunked up in a very good spot.
Yeah, those snipes, if you can hit them, they're going to pay off for you big time, as they're just still trying to spray back and forth. Maybe get some shots, but as you were saying, the boulder's going to get shot, and that's going to hit Clixy for a decent amount of damage. Not only that, but Clixy got hit down the hill, and if Replay sees him, this could be bad for Replay. Oh, the shots are coming in. Now they're going to be traded, as Replay is going to get a lot of shots down on Clixy. Clixy now trying to get out of there, using the orb, dashing away left and right, dodging bullets. The Squirtle Cat's trying to get out as well, but won't be able to. So now it's up to Clixy trying to clutch up as a solo.
It's going to be hard in the lobby with players like Jax Vader and Replay, where they are currently trying to hunt down the rest of this lobby. Their loadouts are the best they could possibly be, not for an end game 0 build game, but for a frag out. What they're looking for to absolutely take out every player in this lobby. Foster is a solo currently overextending to look for a team to push as a squad. Just being careful, knowing that he has that bailout mobility just in case something happens. No problems will come through, as Jax Vader will pick up one on a Spooky is Cold. The team is still split, however. Pick him up from distance, and now they can look to try and push, maybe find the other, but it was a confirm within the tall grass. So they have to find a full team to fight.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. 16 players left, 6 teams as well. Replay just trying to figure out what their game plan is, saying, hey, I'll just take this car, I'll drive it around. Maybe I'll find somebody, maybe I won't, but you know what? Let's just run it up, as they're getting shots now on Jolteon up in the tree, as Jolteon is just trying to potentially get another win here, but that is also same for the Merc, Callie, Merc, Foster, and Replay.
Replay in a good spot here. No eliminations for this team of fraggers. But still, every member counts. The whole point of squads is to do your damage and get out. Make sure you don't become knocked. As they looks like they wanted to aggress this team on the hill, but decided no. We're just gonna play our positioning, wait for next zone to possibly pop, or maybe they saw a team in the distance. There is still 6 squads left in this game with only 2 in front of us. Solos lurking within other builds, maybe the long grass or additional bushes. I mean, talked about it earlier on in this game. With a lot of the zone being located over the water, it is a problem for a lot of players because they run out of playable space. But we are in the jungle, so there's plenty of foliage to hide within.
That is true. There's a lot of plants, bushes, high grass, a lot of different things that you can hide in. But remember, Fernie and them, they have great positioning right now if zone pulls them, but you can't peek too aggressively because these players with the snipers are going to hit you in the head, and they're going to immediately knock you and then completely push up onto you. So you got to be a little careful. As you see, it looks like there's just a lot of stragglers off on the outskirts on the left side of the map, and then right in the middle area, you just have a lot of teams as these players are just waiting for the right opportunity to jump on each other, waiting to say, "Hey, this is a perfect chance for me to get an elimination, get a win, and just have a great game."
Yeah, Clixie in a good spot here. Lacking teammates. Still doing a great job of clutching up at the solo here. Has that legendary Evo Chrome. Dished out a lot of damage, especially towards these players that are hiding inside of bunkers. Not just the players themselves, but the bunkers also. Doing a great job of just riding the storm. Doesn't need to overextend here, but getting ahead of the zone. Not a bad decision to kind of move towards center. Continue to rotate through. Needs to find a bush within this next zone. With only one squad already having a spot, they're going to be looking to hold the rest of the lobby out. It seems like everyone is basically in front of them as Foster and Callie continue the rampage in this zone, picking up another 2 eliminations, another squad out on the beach. Clam Bucket will go down. Now, Feet Bingus as a solo, trying to use that grapple glove to buy something, turn around, goo behind you, anything to make it so the players will not choose you, because Callie and Foster, Jax Vader, they're continuing their rampage through this lobby. The whole goal right now, especially if you're playing as a solo, is to make it so they won't choose you next.
Feet Bingus just saying, "Hey, I gotta get out of here. Let me go complete that side. There are going to be some shots coming his way, but that is not going to be enough." As Feet Bingus is going to say, "Hey, I can try to get some heals off, figure out what I'm going to do. However, sneak it up on your left. You have an opponent. You got to be aware for that, as the big shots are going to come in. Bingus is down to 75 HP. Going to miss a lot of shots there. More shots are coming in. The trades are coming in, but that's not going to be enough as Clixie Ed gets the elimination. First of their game is they're trying to clutch up as a solo as well.
Clixie Ed in a good spot, but no heals left. Needs to find some old loot or possibly something from another player's eliminated body, but Jolteon and Fernie now catching this trio or this squad on this backside of zone over Foster and Callie, because they've now moved down towards this lower positioning. They've given up the high ground. Foster and Callie will now move to take it. It looks like basically they forced the entire zone, all of the players out of the zone because of their aggression. Nobody wants to rotate in because they know that's where they're going to be looking for players, as Jolteon and Fernie now continue to just try and grab anything extra they can, extra mobility, something to bail themselves out, because they have nothing left to play with as far as utility.
Yeah, interesting strategy there. Jolteon, though, as a squad rotating in, as you said, the perfect high ground is going up over there for Jax Vader and everyone as they get another knock. But Jolteon and them, they just got to get their rotate in perfectly, as M1 also rotating in. Probably going to try to take this other hill here as the final zones are starting to close. Trying to get another elimination on, and snipe stuff onto the squad off in the distance. Potentially hitting one, not going to be able to hit. Looking to connect just the one shot to be able to get an elimination, but won't be able to find as those squad goes down. We're down to the final 10 players of the night. Final 4 teams. It's wrapping up. It's been exciting. It's been thrilling. And one way to end it right now is with a PogChamp. Look at them going off. 11 eliminations left, and there's still 6 more players that they can eliminate. But there is also Jolteon trying to spoil their game of the day here, trying to say, hey, you may not win 2 games this week, and we're going to win back-to-back. Who knows? This is still anyone's game. It looks like, I believe it's a 4v4 v1v1, as Dude is going to hit this launch pad, try to glide on into zone. However, this may not be the best decision, as the shots are going to start coming in big time on the Dude. Dude dodging left and right is going to be able to easily glide on into the zone.
No problems there. Dude played perfectly. 3 eliminations on the board, but Jax Vader will close the distance and hit the headshot snipe. Wants to deny it and will do just that. Drop the gritty. Fantastic shot from them now, as this player will look to continue the rampage through this lobby, and it looks like the tail of the tape for the rest of this game is going to be, will it be Callie and Foster, or will it be this other full squad that will play spoiler and take them out and deny them from 2 victory royales on the night and confirm their 2 back-to-back VRs?
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting final battle here. Spooky going up against Callie, getting some shots, trading a little bit. They're trying to get that revive onto replay here, as the shots are trading. This is where it's about to go down. Remember, that solo is still way off back in the distance. You got to be careful, because I wouldn't be surprised. He does have a sniper rifle. If you stand still a little bit too much, that solo might be able to just hit you from behind, and he does.
You're right.
Clixie playing the spoiler, getting the knock on Jax Vader. Now this squad has to reassess their situation, try to get a revive, and they got to get it quick, as Callie is trying to hold off this squad.
Cali doing a great job, though, of dictating the pace now, forcing them to bunker down and hunker down below. We'll get the initial and the finish onto Fernie. So now Cali playing top down, still trying to buy as much time as possible for his teammates to heal up, as now Replay will look to close the distance. Will get one, so now it'll be a 4v2. Jolteon now knocked, so now one player, Spooky as well, looking to clean up. Will it be enough? Foster and Cali still looking for more, trying to finish Spooky. But will Spooky even be able to solidify a top 2? And it will. Clixie now eliminated. Spooky as a solo. Foster now realizes that they must be close fire, at least in this direction. Now identifying them within the long grass, looking to spray. Hammer AR fire. Spooky on 30 HP. The shockwave's out of position. Looks for the pickaxe. Foster now knocked. Looking to close the distance as Spooky is now on the back foot. They're chasing him down. They want the swing battle. They want it. One pump left. Not enough there. Will Spooky do it? No. Cali will deny and pick up a massive elimination. Victory Royale to close out the Western Conference in game number 3 of the night.
Wow, 17 elimination victory royale. Almost got the pickaxe for the win, but ended up having to just take the final shot to get that victory royale. And, well, like we said, a 17 elimination victory royale. That's why they're in first place, everyone. That's why they're in first place by a lot. They're in first place by over 100 points heading into today, and I'm pretty sure that just got a little bit larger of a lead.
Oh, I'm sure. Spooky did a fantastic job, though. Showed them that you will not bully me. Showed them just straight up. I mean, they went for the pickaxe. Maybe one connected, but it didn't matter. One pumped one, one pumped two. I mean, it wasn't enough. The prime shotgun is absolutely crazy. Spooky showed you cannot mess with them, and they are serious competitors here on the Western Conference, and I'm sure they're only going to get better. But I'm not even sure if we need the calculations behind the scenes. I mean, I might go ahead and say it. I mean, Foster, Cali, Jax Vader, first place tonight. Fantastic performance once again from this whole squad, from everyone here on the Western Conference. And Venman, fantastic performance from everyone here on Stride Esports, from every region across the board. I mean, that you couldn't ask for much more.
No, you really couldn't. We actually got a taste of like every single play style. East was passive, aggressive. Central was pretty passive until the end, then it got really aggressive, and the West was just non-stop action, left and right, fighting, everyone just going in. It was super exciting, a great day overall, and it was such a hoot and a holler, quite the ball, and I had a very great day here with you.
I had a fantastic day as well. We got some stuff to cover before. Let's go ahead and take a look at our weekly schedule, because after tonight, we have more to come on this channel. As you can see here, tomorrow, Rocket League. After that, Valorant. And then come back on Monday, League of Legends. And then Tuesday on Chess. And then we'll be back once again for Fortnite on this channel. I mean, there's so much to watch for esports on this channel. You couldn't ask for much more. There's always more to come. But Venman, any final thoughts before we say our final goodbyes for week number 4?
I mean, overall, just great job, everybody. Way to come out, way to compete. Like we said, it's anyone's game every single weekend. You guys are continuing to show how it's anyone's game. Every single week we have different winners. We have different people just having high elimination games. It's super exciting to watch, and it's super fun. And I'm really excited to be here for like 2.5 more months or 2 more months, because we're in for a long haul, but it's going to be very fun and enjoyable.
100%. I want to watch everyone get better as we continue throughout the weeks, and I can see it. GG's in the chat, everyone. Thank you so much for coming by, and we'll say our final goodbyes. I mean, my name has been Ben K, or Ben K_live. This is Venman, Venman_. Go check us out on socials. We do cool things. We're caster people. We play Fortnite too. Want to see what we're doing? Go check us out. But of course, Stride Esports again. Thank you so much for having us. We had an absolute blast on this broadcast. But beyond that, we are going to say our final goodbyes. So we will see you next week for more esports.